facts and tools, upcoming or recent trips, and some professionally articulated personal details appropriate to your workspace. It's generally okay to converse on what's visible in someone's video window. Artwork and pets come to mind. I move from my indoor office to my outdoor patio on warm enough days, and we often chat about the wildlife that I can see. In fact, one day a few years ago, I was working from my patio and I was taken surprise by a squirrel on a client call. Uh-oh. Oh, no. There's supposed to be a video here. Should I tell you the squirrel story without the video?
It's going.
Oh, it's there. Good. Okay, thank you. All right. So I had been in my yard, and this little squirrel had been with me in the fenced-in yard, but he had kept his distance. And while I was on this client call, he came over to my patio. I sort of panicked and told my client, there's a squirrel in my yard, and he looks a little drunk. And then my panic won, and I showed them the squirrel. So they've seen this squirrel in my yard, this poor little guy. I ended up calling my local animal control officer, who confirmed my suspicion. He had eaten a fermented apple in my yard and just needed some time to let it run through his system. Fast forward 3 years, and recently, 3 weeks ago, I was on a call with the same client who asked what happened with the drunk squirrel. So this is a fun way that we can connect with a client, and in the long run, it helped us get more done. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, there we go. As you can tell, I'm a total extrovert. I could probably talk to a stump. And all meetings, even strictly agenda-based meetings and constructive ones, are fun for me. I happen to also be a US Navy veteran, and camaraderie and cohesion are very important to me for that reason as well. So Claire knows that she's getting work done on an hourly, daily, and weekly basis. But I only know Claire is getting work done by looking at her timesheet and seeing which tickets have moved. To combat this, we have check-ins as a company, as a platform, and on a project-by-project basis. So Dev's Collab structure is a Monday all-staff meeting, starts with our WordPress team. We have a 15-minute overlap meeting with everybody, and then another meeting with the Drupal team, and a Friday midday check-in that's all hands as well. In between, the project teams meet as needed.
So I'm not an extrovert, and for me, having a known schedule of meetings is really great because it helps me control my capacity for social interaction. I'm a human. I need to see people every once in a while and talk to them. And having worked at home quietly typing by myself for so long, I need to make sure to schedule face-to-face interaction with people into my day for my mental health, the same way someone else might schedule time for physical exercise into their day for their physical health. But there's a balance. Too much socializing, and I can't relate to people competently. So having a known schedule of meetings is really great for me because I can plan ahead and sort of ration my social energy throughout the week. That way, when I show up to a meeting, I can be engaged with the team, I can be paying attention and focus, and I can give energy back to the team. And that's part of respecting each other's needs and being aware of each other's capacity deliberately on a remote team.
The in-person retreat?
Oh yeah, sorry, didn't realize you changed the slides. Okay, so besides the scheduled meetings every week, Dev Collaborative has a yearly in-person retreat. So we get together in a physical location in, Allie will go into the details, but what I want to share is a quote from one of our 2 principals in Dev Collaborative who believe that meeting in person at least once a year is absolutely essential to team cohesion. Johanna says, when there's interpersonal tension, it's often completely reset after meeting in person. It provides a way to normalize our relationships with each other and relate as people, not just as tiny faces on Zoom. So it doesn't seem like it would be necessary to meet in person if you're a remote team, but it really took Dev Collaborative a few years to figure out how important it is.
So we spend 4 days together. 2 days are breakfast, followed by formal business tasks from 9 to 5, and company dinner. 2 days are traveling and socializing. Evenings have varied between company gatherings and games and exploring the area that we're in. In 2024, DevCollab lost 2 longtime employees and hired 2 new employees. So we've also figured out some things related to onboarding.
So these are the user slides that we talked about earlier. This is a template that we give to new hires and contractors to help them fill out their slides. And we're going to walk through quickly what these slides are. These are Allie's slides. So what we do when we're onboarding someone is we have a group meeting on Zoom, and everyone just briefly goes through their slides as a way of introducing themselves. So there's preferred working hours, depending on what time zone you're in, and then work preferences, when your productivity peaks and the type of communication you like, conversational style, really useful, especially when you're on Zoom and you're not sure whether you're accidentally interrupting someone, enthusiastically agreeing, or whether the dead silence means that nobody heard you, or that they're politely waiting to make sure you're done. And the other one is the communications, it's like the love language, except it's care language. It's how you express gratitude and appreciation to your team members. And that's as important in a coworker relationship as it is in any other kind of relationship. And so this seems like kindergarten level stuff, but like I said, when you're not physically together, you don't have the basic socialization that you get when you're present together. So it's actually really useful to not just see how other people present themselves, but to deliberately think through how you work with other people.
Bingo card. Bingo card, right?
Oh, yeah, bingo card. Okay, I've been to this one. I'm proud of this. So this is part of our onboarding. So we have 24 WordPress websites, and new hires need to be familiar with them. And it would be super boring to just have a list of 24 WordPress websites and go through and read the documentation. So we do DevCollab WordPress Client Bingo, where we think of features that our websites share, and then people come to the meeting, to the Zoom meeting, and everybody gets a bingo card that's been randomized, and then we give the new person a tour of the sites, just sort of reading through them and explaining them, and we play bingo. It's super fun for me, and it's fun enough that other people who don't need to be involved show up to the meeting. I haven't heard any complaints from the people being onboarded. It might be a little overwhelming to be inundated with so much fun and, and information at the same time, but yeah, it works for us.
Oh, I skipped mine. Okay, DevCollab provides an official DevCollab branded hoodie to each new employee when they join the team, as well as long-term clients and contractors. Occasionally throughout the year, the owners will offer to buy the team lunch. We do social hours, we do games, and every now and then we send each other gifts. So what you're seeing here are the emotional support dumpster fires that everyone received earlier this year. So that's how we have fun, build camaraderie, and get to know and trust each other at DevCollab.
Yay, team cohesion. Okay, so now we're going to talk about some of the services that actually help us get work done together.
All right, remote teams need collaborative tools in order to work together. We've already discussed one of those tools, Slack. The other primary tools we use are Asana, Harvest and Forecast, Instagant, Pantheon, 1Password, Google Workspace, and Zoom or Google Meet. We've found these tools to be appropriate for our small team, and there are comparable tools for larger scale teams. It's likely true that you can interject the name of your tool with DevCollabs as we talk. This is not name brand specific. We're coming from project manager and developer roles, and we each use these tools differently, but in a collaborative way. If time permits, we'll dive into the specific ways our roles use these tools, but for now, we'll be focused on where we overlap. We're going to start with Asana, our ticketing system. All communication about a task or feature is collected in one place, accessible to all, including our clients.
So Asana is a work management system. You can create tasks or tickets, and then you put the details of what needs to be done. You can set a due date and assign it to a particular person. The main point of this is so that you have a central place with all the information about the work that needs to be done. Information, if it's emailed, can get stuck in a single person's inbox, or it can be caught in the reply to some other subject, and you can never track it down later. We actually even copy and paste text from emails into Asana just to make sure that everything is in the correct place. So central sort of repository for information. It also serves, because it's searchable, it serves as a record of previous development, so you can look up your previous fixes, figure out what might have went wrong in the past. And if we can look at it, we can actually see how we organize the phases of projects and the particular stage each task is in. And yeah, so we have phases. Whoa.
This is what you wanted, right?
Sure, yeah. So our phases are in this column. It's like BED, FED, launch, pre-launch, post-launch, discovery phase. And then we also have the stage the task is in, which would be in another column or a drop-down, and that's whether it's backlog, on hold, actively being worked on, ready for review, or ready for deployment. And I think it's important to note that none of this was top-down mandated. This either grew organically over time, this organizational structure grew organically from how we were using the tool, or it was developed in discussion between managers and developers. And whenever someone has a good idea for a new phase or stage or a new process, they can bring it up in one of our Friday all-hands team meetings for everyone to discuss and decide whether we want to implement it.
Due dates on the Asana board are driven by the schedule, the order of the backlog, and the team's capacity. Asana integrates with our time tracking software. We use Harvest. If we have time, we'll show you a demo of this in action. But in short, we use Harvest to track every minute that we're working. I use Harvest to track budgets and velocity.
And I use Harvest to track time to specific tasks and buckets. If I don't track my time accurately, Allie doesn't have an accurate representation of the remaining budget on a project.
The Harvest Asana integration allows anyone on the team to click a timer in an Asana ticket and log time to Harvest. When the timer is stopped and saved, there's a link to the Asana ticket in the Harvest notes, and in Asana, you can see how much time has been tracked to that task.
I like the time tracker because it helps me focus on individual tasks. The actual act of going and finding another ticket and starting the timer on it helps me context switch between clients and projects so that I can be focused on whatever I'm doing next.
Our primary and most collaborative forecasting tool is Harvest Forecast. It allows individual allocation views and project views, both shown here. At our Monday all-hands meetings, after a few minutes of socializing, we speak with the WordPress and Drupal teams, and then we review that week's allocations and try to correct anything blocking forward momentum.
I find this useful because I'm easily distracted by shiny new tasks, so having a week-long overview of what I need to get done and how much time per day that averages out to helps me stay productive.
Next, Claire's going to describe some of the more technical tools that we use.
Okay, so basic DevOps or WebOps. If you are a solo freelancer, you might be using some of these for safety, security, peace of mind. These are the basic elements. You need different environments. You need a way to move code, database, and files between them easily. Everyone needs automatic backups and restoration. And when you're working with others, you need Git version control so you're not getting each other's way. This was part of what was hard for me to learn when I went from working solo to working on a team. And we get the first 4 of these from Pantheon Hosting. Like Ali said, none of this is brand specific. There's other configurations that are suitable for small teams. Other reputable hosts have many of the same services. You can integrate your Git repository with free or low-cost tools. So the main point is that as a team, you need to have structure in your site building so that you can stay out of each other's way and that work is always recoverable.
I don't think I see anything there, do I?
No. So we're on
the next
practices. Okay, so regardless of what your DevOps setup is, on a small team, what we found works is just simplifying things, reducing complexity, reducing abstraction. So we standardize tools and services across the sites. All our sites are hosted on Pantheon. There's one system of WebOps to learn. It's very easy to learn. There's no need to learn or maintain an extra system for some weird one-off site. And it's easy to onboard people. We also standardize tools and services across the team. We all use Git Kraken. We all use VS Code. We all use Lando for our local development environment because that allows us to pool our knowledge and help each other troubleshoot, and lets us basically just pull together in the same direction more efficiently, because we're all kind of aware of what our shared tools are, what the functionality is. We can step in and help each other. We also make sure to document processes for development and deployment, such as when routine updates need to be done, whose turn it is, when it's appropriate, if you're troubleshooting, at what point it's appropriate to flag a project manager or notify the client. Just things like that, standard development stuff. What we're working on, and we're not quite there yet with, is putting the task ticket numbers from Asana into our Git comments. We do this consistently for help desk. Asana, we manage our help desk tickets through Asana, and there's always a help desk ticket number that we can copy and paste into the Git comment. We're working on getting to that level for every single task we complete, and having a cross-reference between the task management and the Git repository for all work. And finally, this seems obvious, but you do need to have, or at least it's very useful to have, some kind of login and a password management system. We use 1Password, and that way if someone needs a plugin license, or they need to open a support ticket with a service, or they need to find some test site login, everyone knows to go to the password management software, and it's going to be in there.
That's it, right?
Oh,
Is that it?
video conferencing.
Yes, it's me.
Yes.
Okay, I'm in the right place. Most of you in the audience are probably familiar with Zoom and Google Meet. Both are video conferencing tools that allow you to meet with one or many people, and we use Zoom to allow us to spend quality time together with our faces. The image on the left here is our DevCollab team, and the image on the right is a Halloween call with one of our clients, Futures and Options, based out of New York City. We use video calls for documentation and client communication. Zoom has assistive AI for transcripts and closed captioning. We also use Zoom recording to record training videos with our client teams, and we upload those recordings to a central repository that our team and the client can access.
When you're working remotely, it's useful to include your name and your pronouns in the little ID title area. People make different assumptions based on their cultural background about the gender of names or clothing colors or haircuts. For example, I did not know that in Ireland, it's totally normal for a man to be named Christy, and we met our Irish client, Christy. I spent the first few minutes of the call wondering who this guy was, why he was using his coworker's Zoom, and when Christy was going to show up. It was a little embarrassing. Just reduce confusion, put your pronouns in there, and spare everybody the potential for embarrassment. Also, Zoom is sort of a lower fidelity communication style than in person. Less information is getting through because you don't have the body language and position. You're not turning your head to make eye contact. So be extra expressive. Use more detail in your speech. Use emojis, thumbs up, big happy smiles, frowny faces, whatever. And also listen harder. The flip side of that is you want to be more sensitive, be more open to what people are saying, give them the benefit of the doubt, be more compassionate in your communication online.
That's it.
Yay, we're done. Okay.
You first, right?
Yeah, so in conclusion, practicing good work and collaborating with a team is entirely impossible when working with a remote environment. You can have fun and get things done.
Be mindful of each other's needs, have fun together, and use the tools that help you respect each other's time and capacity. We encourage each of you to consider not just the constraints, but the possibilities too. Any questions?
First of all, great job. That was awesome. Took a lot of pictures of slides and things to discuss with folks later on. I'm curious about when you're in a Zoom meeting or a Google meeting, the screen cap that you all showed, you were all camera on. Do you have any kind of corporate policy of camera on, camera off? How do you are you camera on with clients or optional, internal? How do you all deal with that?
We don't have a policy. We are always camera on with clients. And when it's internal, we are generally camera on. The exception is if someone announces that they're eating, they can be camera off. And we do have a team member who's less sociable than me, who doesn't enjoy attending every social meeting. And we have no problem with them being camera off if they prefer in an internal meeting. Client meetings, always camera on.
Other questions?
Hi, I really like the idea of the user guide for each employee. Could you have an example of that available for
Yes.
download or
Yep.
whatever after the meeting?
If I can figure out how the mouse works.
Yeah, it's going to be in
Yes,
our
it's up
slides.
here. These will be circulated, so you'll be able to click the link. This link will be accessible to everybody. Sure.
Yeah, they're in, yeah, they're on our shared team drive, and you can just go browse them at your leisure, which I sometimes do. Sometimes it's like, oh, what pet does Allie have again? And so I can be polite in conversation.
I have a question about your care. I love the care for your care language. I would like to have that slide. And was that something you developed preparatory, or how did you get that? Did you find it somewhere?
I honestly think we found this intro deck somewhere online and then branded it and rewrote it for our organization, and it was in there.
Yeah,
I also did a talk on love languages at a digital project management summit a couple years ago. And so we adopted some of what I talked about into those slides as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
I tend to be like, I need to get work done. And if they're like talking, it can seem like you're rude, but I can't handle so much
Totally.
talking. Like, I got to get this done. And I'm not to be mean, but if the people know that you don't operate that way, they can say, oh, well, she going to be working, so maybe I shouldn't be talking so much. Like, I can do hello, but not.
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's useful to know that about each other, and it's useful to have a meeting where you actually come out and say it, so everyone's like, oh yeah, you are kind of like that. That's just you, huh? Does anybody want to see the Asana Harvest integration? Oh, no. Another question.
Just one more question on the more like informal things. I thought those were great. I think that's kind of where our remote team is lacking, is on some of that, especially with like the introvert extrovert thing. I'm like an extrovert raging from my pores. And when I first onboarded, I was onboarded on the team with the two biggest introverts in the company. It took me a solid 4 weeks to figure out they didn't hate me. But anyway, could you talk a little bit more about those like informally things that you have going on? Like you had like it sounded like a Friday kind of informal, and like how does that like just add a little more insight to it?
So our Monday meetings, Monday for our project managers it's just a wall of meetings. We do individual forecasting first, and then we meet at 11 and kind of duke out if there's overages, whose time is going to come down on which project and why. And then we bring the team together and we talk about those decisions. There's a 15-minute overlap on our Monday meetings where we get updates from the business owners about what sales are in the pipeline, what's coming through, what's fallen short, how everything's going. But we always talk about our weekends first, so everybody has an opportunity to like decompress and really get into Monday. And our Friday afternoon dev chats they can be technical, in which case the project managers and the owners might not go. But it's an opportunity for the development team, who is mostly introverts, to get together and work through problems together. Once a month to once a quarter, we do a social hour. It's usually during the workday. It's just an hour that everybody has free. Everybody's invited. It's optional. If your work is overwhelming, you don't have to go. But if you do go, we don't talk about work at all. We talk about anything but work. We play games. We socialize. We recently did a quiz about wildflowers. That was interesting. So just stuff like that.
Just like
We
BuzzFeed
try to
quizzes.
keep it light. Like Erin and Johanna, the owners of Dev Collab, truly lead from a place of we are human beings first. First we are human being, and then we are humans doing. So we try to honor that and respect that and really harness that information, that value.
Yeah, and I guess from the introvert developer point of view, I always feel welcome reaching out to the project managers with any issues I have technically. I very rarely have issues with other coworkers, but yeah, there's just a general sense of welcoming that if you have a problem to raise related to work, there are times when you can do that. If I have a technical issue I want addressed by the other developers. Our team agenda for the Friday meetings is kept in a shared Google document, so I can just go type it in. I don't need to bring it up to anyone else or confront anyone. It's just going to be listed in the agenda, and then depending on time, we may or may not get to it, but it's present in that document for everyone to see from week to week.
Other questions?
That's Corey.
Hi, thanks. In terms of developer collaboration, could you talk a little bit about that? Do you do like PR, like pull request reviews, or what does that look like at your company?
We're not that sophisticated yet. We're kind of working toward that. We're all using VS Code, but we've just started adopting the same modules for like debugging and delinting and whatnot. So we're also working, as a backend developer, I'm kind of working on one part of the code, and then the front-end developer is working on the other part of the code. So we are communicating via Slack, we're communicating via Zoom in whatever meetings or discussions we have, but we're not at the level of sophistication or complexity that a larger team or one working on more complex projects might have.
We also have our lead front-end developer works in both WordPress and Drupal, so she's on both teams. And our product owner also overlaps both teams. So this is part of how we're trying to streamline the work that we do and how we work together, is by bringing those two into all of the conversations that have to do with where we overlap.
Yeah, but we're definitely not like as, into the DevOps, the formal processes of code developments as some other agencies are.
Anyone else? Any other questions?
Cool.
All right, we got a little time before the next session, so thank you all so much for taking the time out of your day and joining us today. Hope you
Thanks.
enjoyed it.
Oh, can we get a selfie? Would anybody
yeah.
like to be in the selfie with us?
Can we get a picture with the group? Would that be okay? Yeah? Do you have your phone?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, no, we'll just turn around. And if everyone could just like wave or smile. No, just look like you're happy to be here. Thank you. Thanks so much for listening.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Our next talk is titled Accelerate Your Agency's Workflows with AI Tools, Accelerate and Development and Maintenance, presented by Courtney Robinson and Evan Herman. The discussion explains how AI automates daily tasks, fine-tunes content strategies, and speeds up custom generation. Everyone give a warm welcome to Courtney Robinson and Evan Herman.
Hey, friends. Ooh, hot mic, a little loud. It's good to see actual friends in the crowd. This might be the only, right now, this is the only WordCamp in the US that I get to go to this year. And so it really is an honor to come and be with all of you. And some of you I've had the opportunity to be at camps with over and over, so thank you very much. I'm Courtney Robertson. My day job is developer relations at GoDaddy. But I'm pretty local. I live in the Gettysburg vicinity, and also joining me is Evan.
Hello, I'm Evan Herman, senior software engineer at GoDaddy, and sponsored 10 hours a week to work on the WordPress.org plugin review team.
Really important things to make sure that for the audience that you understand a lot of what's changing and evolving. Just with a quick show of hands, can I see how many of you are actively using AI like once a day in your work? All right, so a lot of us, that's great. So this will be a little bit of a high-level talk, and it might spark some ideas for you in terms of what types of things you aren't really already considering for AI. So some of what we're going to get into is kind of the history of where we were in WordPress, but also where AI is taking us. So AI is starting to be in things like SEO. We'll look at that briefly. We'll look at where it's showing up in our coding areas and more alphabet soup. If you've heard of things like LLMs, well, now we have MCP, and it's new letters to learn, and what does all of that mean as it relates to AI as part of this alphabet soup. And then at the end, we'll have some question time. So up first is, where were we? Anybody here installed WordPress around like 2008, 2009? Oh, friends, I'm in the right crowd. Thank you. Before we had the 5-minute easy installs, right? Do you remember going and setting up your database and all of that? And how hard that was to learn? And who do you go ask those questions to? And what if you don't learn by reading the docs? Oh, gosh. So along the way, we then started with those 5-minute installs like Fantastico and cPanel and all of that good stuff. And that made it easier, but then we started having managed hosting. And so as you continue, we started into things like having CLI. For those that are devs, you're like, give me terminal and let me write commands to my WordPress site in the terminal and all of that. Well, AI is ramping up our speed, and we know that. So we want the easy options. And I know that AI has been helpful to me. Where did my semicolon go? Where did my brackets go? Why can't I find the stinking code that I, like, yes. So AI is making things faster and easier for us. Obviously, we know for efficiency's sake that it can be there. It can also help us with some of the security things if you know how to prompt it to work in the right direction. In terms of efficiency, go on to the next one. Yeah, onboarding is probably one of the easiest ones. So in this audience, how many of you are DIYers? I build my site for myself only kind of crowd, okay? How many of you are, I build sites for a lot of customers? Okay, so if you are looking around at various managed hosting options, in the managed world, that means that we take care of, I say we, I work at GoDaddy. Other managed hosts will do this too. They take care of keeping your site secure and up to date, and they run specific settings for that. If you were to take a look at kind of the competitive landscape right now for managed hosting, whether it be Bluehost, Hostinger, Stellar Sites, Ionos, WordPress.com, GoDaddy, you get this managed interface with AI when you are onboarding. You could choose the vanilla option. Give me the plain, I know what I'm doing, I don't want AI at this point. Or you could say, this is a really simple 5-page website that needs certain content. Or, better yet, my customer doesn't know what content to write or what images to put onto their site. And they need examples that are better than whatever the theme comes with, right? A little bit more specific to them. So when you go through an onboarding experience, most of these places are now asking you a set of simple questions, and then it will use AI to go get images and write some of the content for you and help you know how to set up the basics of this 5-page site. If you are an agency owner, you're building sites for customers, the strength of that is in giving the customers that pre-filled content that you know you still need to get on them about changing, but at least it doesn't say, upload your image here, lorem ipsum, whatever, right? And so you can get content with that AI. And some of the other things to kind of look for, a lot of us are starting to see Extendify used by many hosts, and they will white label Extendify. Extendify comes with like templates and patterns and all of that good stuff too, but it has an AI onboarding wizard component as well. So whether the host creates it themselves or uses a third-party system, even if you are wanting the custom process, getting that initial content, folks like Laura Byrne here, who has been one of our organizers, are going to tell you, you need that demo content to look like something so that they can go change it later. So onboarding with AI is certainly the easy first step, but you're going to also see it in more of the content. So early on, I saw Bertha AI launch. That one is Andrew Palmer. He has since, I think, sold the business off, but there are a lot of content plugins that are out there to help create your AI. You can essentially treat it like a ghostwriter. All of the images that are in our slides are AI-generated images for your benefit. So you could treat your content like it's a ghostwriter, although if you do, there are caveats. You may have heard the latest is M-Dash's giveaway that you use ChatGPT to write your stuff. A lot of these plugins will still call for like a ChatGPT API key. So you have to go get your account with these systems and it will help, but not all of them. But again, it can be a good starting point. And if you are a small shop that wears many hats, it can be, you know, a good beginning place. Next stop is into accessibility and where accessibility is integrating with AI. So certainly you could get your alt text done. And that's, I put that as like the main story that's there. There are quite a few plugins that help get the alt text. If you have customers, sites that you're building for that you still always want, no AI should be left without some guardrails. You should always proofread your AI bots. But if you are struggling to get the customer to whoever you're building your sites for, to always remember to put that alt text in there, or you have a really large inventory of backlog media, you want to get alt text on those images. And it's been really easy for people to upload stuff and not put it in there. That is bad for accessibility and SEO alike. Accessibility is always going to be our priority. The search engines follow good accessibility practices. So there are plugins that will help you with that, along with other bits of accessibility, like do you have your headings, your heading levels in the right area? So there's a whole category of just plugins, even in the WordPress.org directory, that you could go get for that area. The more you can be compliant with accessibility, the better. So let AI help you in that regard. Again, visuals. I said all of the visuals in our slides today are AI generated. There are some, so certainly you could go up to ChatGPT and use like DALL-E if you've seen ChatGPT. You could give it prompts. I've given it ones to create a very custom WAPU for me, WAPU being the unofficial mascot of WordPress. So you could get it to make visuals for you. Some of them may be more believable than others, especially if fingers are involved on human hands. You could see when images go rogue and weird with things, but also it can be a really helpful tool. And if you want to bring that right inside of the WordPress experience, tools like Imagine or a few other plugins that are out there are going to be able to help you with that. You could give your prompt right inside the WordPress dashboard, not even needing to go over to ChatGPT and then download and upload and all of that again. Chatbots are a really common one, for good or bad. If you've ever gotten onto customer support and handled that all through a chat interface, the AI chatbots are going to do things like, if you say, here is the knowledge base that goes with our product. If you're a plugin company or you offer some kind of a chatbot on your site or your customers need to be able to provide service to others, you give it, here is our knowledge base of material, and your chatbots are now trained on your knowledge base, and they will prompt people through, oh, did you mean this? Did you mean that? Caveats again. Always check, give it some guardrails, test it, ask it the most ridiculous questions. And a lot of times with these types of chatbot plugins, you can see a log of the things that it was asked. go back through that, because sometimes you might find that there are areas or ways that the chatbots are not giving the best answers. So it still needs some work in customer support, I would say, related to AI with the chatbots. Publishing automation, so not just creating your content, but deciding when it goes live and where it goes live to. So we're starting to see some plugins that are going to relate to the scheduling that's involved, as well as optimal times to publish all of it. The different use cases for that would be things like you might want to schedule posts or use AI to help you with when should a WooCommerce product go live. So check in, there are publishing specific plugins in the .org directory. A lot of these, if you just go to the WordPress.org directory and search for AI, you'll start noticing that I just categorized a lot of what I'm seeing in there. SEO is certainly a big one. All of these tools, Rank Math, All-in-One SEO, and Yoast all have SEO components inside of it. Again, buyer beware, choose which plugin fits your needs. I know that Yoast recently launched, similar to a robots.txt file that helps search engines know what's going on in your website, launched a specific version complementary to that, but to help the AI bots that are scanning sites. So there are ways to both use, use robots.txt to block AI bots from scanning your site if you don't want them to. But there are also other ways that you can use, like Yoast SEO, to help the search engines for AI scan your site. And a lot of folks, what we're seeing right now is that a lot of folks are going directly to AI tools to search. So you need to think about not just, does my customer's website show up in search results? But now also, does my customer's websites show up in the AI searches? How do I optimize for that if we want to optimize for that? If you want to try and keep the bots away, maybe it's an author site or something like that. I think there are really good use cases also for keeping them away, and so these SEO tools can also help with some of those needs too. Multilingual is a really fascinating one. We're seeing WPML, Translate Press, and a few others that are starting to integrate. I put DeepL on this list. DeepL is known in the translation communities especially for being a really reliable AI tool. There are ways to interface that to do it all right inside of WordPress. But then I'll also give a plug for Fluency. I found this plugin, well, I met one of the plugin developers about a year ago when I was at WordCamp Buffalo. And so Fluency does things kind of on the fly, and their language translation is amazing. They're using transients for those that are devs. They're using transients in a really interesting way. So it doesn't take as much human infrastructure to spin up these pages. And you can specify which languages and locales. So if you're saying Spanish, you could really drill in pretty quickly. But that one, it doesn't have quite the database overhead for the way that AI language translation is working. So if you've got some bilingual needs, I would definitely give that one a look through. But again, all of these are helping so that you don't have to manually go out, get the translation, copy pasta it back to your website. So multilingual tools for AI are something to keep on the horizon. As it relates to WooCommerce shops, if somebody is logged in and shopping on your website, maybe you want to personalize what you're recommending to them, whether it's Woo or EDD or one of the other e-commerce plugins in your site. There are a lot of different plugins that are out there now for those areas like Store Agent and Kestrel AI. The folks at Kestrel, a lot of them were the former folks at Skyverge that have graduated on and relaunched under Kestrel. And so they're doing some interesting things where they are promoting smart cross-sells or helping with your WooCommerce descriptions. And that's a lot of the tedious work that if you're the developer going back and forth with the end client on, give me all your Woo descriptions, that's just chasing them down for a lot of things, right? And they may or may not have the best words to describe even their own products. So use some of the AI plugins that are out there and available now to really help that product placement within the site. And knowledge bases even are part of that. So there are some plugins that are starting to come along like Better Docs that will look through the content of whatever you're offering. So if you have need of creating a knowledge base and you give it, here's my code, it can help you with, how do I make my knowledge base? How should I organize that? How do I connect that then maybe over to the chatbots? So there are a lot of interesting use cases on AI, But then there, aside from the plugins, we have a couple of other areas to get into. So that's a list of plugins that are already made. What if you're extending something? What if you're a developer and you say, my customer needs something unique for our form plugin, pick whatever form plugin you have. And you might want to just write a custom extension for it because this is a weird edge case and only this person needs it. Over the last few years, we've seen tools like CodeWP, WP Cody, and the last one that's up there is WP Turbo, where you could go to these and they will write specific WordPress code for you. So you input, here's what I want it to do, and it's going to come back specifically with WordPress code. And in theory, it should adhere to the right kind of standards. But there's a lot of cautions out there with just writing your own extensions for things if you aren't a developer to understand the code that you get back. So I would say that I'm skilled as somewhere around a junior dev. It's not efficient for me to be shipping on production at GoDaddy. You don't want me to be that person because I know a good bit, but I also know when to ask engineers that that's their specialty. So, Evan, what would be some of the problems that we could face if I decide to go write an extension on Gravity Forms or what have you, and I don't understand what I don't understand, and I just turn it on and make it live? What's the problem?
Mainly security implications. If you're not escaping and sanitizing your code properly, you're leaving yourself vulnerable to cross-site scripting, SQL injections, remote code execution.
Okay, so if I, again, pretending I don't know what I don't know, what's cross-site scripting?
Essentially inputting a JavaScript code into like a form field and then it executes. So you could do things like stealing cookies, so you could log into people's sites.
So we take my form extension, I make it do something extra to some form plugin, and I don't know what I don't know, and then I ship it on my customer's website, and somebody makes a bot that just goes looking for anywhere on the internet that they could possibly go drop some nice JavaScript code and inject whatever they want. I have just compromised the security of my customers' websites because I didn't know what I didn't know about making an extension inside of WordPress. So there are risks to what we're doing, and we need to be careful with what those risks look like.
So a little bit more about what Courtney was talking about, some of the risks in AI. You may have hard-coded secrets or SSH keys. You might get prompt injections. The code that's produced for you may be using outdated, insecure libraries or non-GPL compliant libraries. And then solutions for those, essentially sanitizing, which is cleaning data before it gets stored into your database, and escaping, which is protecting it before it's displayed on the page. And those are two simple methods that you can use to prevent cross-site scripting, SQL injections, remote code executions. And you can use PHPCS, which is a PHP library that will scan your code and tell you of things you may be missing or not following properly.
Get your phones out if you want a really good prompt. QR code that's up there. I've seen, I don't know, a bunch of different WordPress people say, here's how I am putting my prompt. You go to ChatGPT and you're like, hey, ChatGPT, I want this extension written, or Claude, or whatever you're in, and you want to train your bot. So I've sort of compiled, as I see various WordPressers share their tips for how they prompt ChatGPT. I just keep piling it together. So, Evan, can you tell us what are some of the things if we go to a chat bot that we should make sure that the bot is aware that we want it to return to us?
Just making sure you're following WordPress coding standards, and again, sanitizing and escaping. Optimizing performance using built-in caching mechanisms from WordPress core, ensuring web accessibility guidelines, and making all your code translatable.
Yeah, so this is all in a Google Doc, and I figured that was the fastest way to give you a link to get there. I'll share the link on my socials a little bit later today too, but it's just a way of reminding ChatGPT or what have you. Every time that I ask you for WordPress code, I want you to return it to me as actual WordPress code that is modern, that meets accessibility standards, et cetera. And if you have ideas or suggestions on improving it, happy to do so and continue sharing.
Okay, I'll talk about a little bit about Model Context Protocol, which is a relatively new protocol. It's an open protocol that provides a standardized way to connect AI models with different data sources and tools, and essentially send your WP site context structured as JSON. And yeah, we just have a use case down here at the bottom, MCP, GitHub, Secure REST API, and CLI integration, which I'll talk about in a second.
How did you and I first get into dabbling in MCP?
Recently we were in Germany at a conference is called CloudFest, and we were at a hackathon. It was very WordPress heavy, and there was a team there that was working on creating a plugin for MCP, which essentially converts your WordPress site into a MCP server, and then converts WP CLI into the MCP host, so you can directly interact with your WordPress site using WP CLI human language, and you get direct AI interactions with your WordPress site. And here's just a very brief overview of the architecture. You have the MCP hosts, which is programs like Claude, IDEs, or AI tools that want to access data through MCP. Then you have the clients, which maintain the one-to-one connections with the servers. You have the servers, which are lightweight programs that each expose specific capabilities through the standardized Model Context Protocol. Then you have your local data sources, which are computer files or databases that live locally on your machine. Then you have remote services, which are external systems available over the internet, for example, through APIs that MCP servers can connect to and get data from. Before that plays. Yeah, so like I was mentioning, the MCP server plugin that was worked on at the hackathon, we set it up locally and we played with it a little bit. So we're just going to show off a quick demo of that.
And to be clear, MCP is not just about WordPress. It's a standard for all things that are AI interfacing with systems.
So here you see we just have a basic WordPress site, and we're providing a prompt here, write a blog post using WordPress blocks about the history of WordCamp Montclair. So this will reach out to ChatGPT 4.0 Mini and generate a post for us, and you'll see here it asked us if we want to use one of our existing categories or if we want to create a new events category. So we tell it to create a new category.
This is interacting with what's going on our website, and it takes a little bit of back and forth time to think. We spun this up just on local WP.
So you'll see there we got the draft post of it, and we just tell it publish this post to my site, and for whatever reason it was published as a page, so we had to go back in and say I want this as a post, not a page.
There are some areas to continue improving a little bit with it.
There's some quirks. You'll see the categories and tags weren't added, and the published date was not correct. So just add the categories, add the tags, update the published date.
We had to tell it what date today was when we recorded this. It thought it was 2 years before for some reason. I don't know, PHP and events and times are weird. Yeah, yeah.
It's interfacing with WP CLI.
Yep.
It's passing it through AI and then communicating back to your WordPress site to handle all the interactions using REST API in the backend.
And we had to tell it, please use, how do we say, block? What was the?
Gutenberg blocks.
Yeah, I said something like either use Gutenberg blocks or WordPress blocks or something like that, because at first it returned it to us using classic editor interface. Like it was a classic block when it dropped it in. So we had to nudge it a little bit and say like, no, give it to me in either Markdown or Gutenberg blocks or something like that. So there's some refinements that are still underway with the group that's behind this particular project. So as you can imagine, we touched a little bit on security, but actually, in addition, as we pivot over a little bit, in addition to, by the way, I will make sure that we tweet out the links or share on social the link to that hackathon project. Pascal Birchler, for those of you that have recognized some of the WordPress contributors and things, Pascal Birchler, Joost de Valk, and Milana Kapp were all participating in that particular project, and it's out on GitHub, so I'll make sure that we share the links for that one. As it relates to security tooling, any of the major WordPress security services that are out there are also exploring the AI integrations that are going on as it relates to malware protection and scanning of your sites. So AI is starting to get embedded even on that layer of security too. And then we're seeing AI also pop up in a few other places. So I have another demo for us. GoDaddy has GoDaddy Hub, formerly ProSites. It is related to, but kind of a repackaged offering of managed WP, if you've seen that at GoDaddy. So this relates to kind of what I do, day job, that hat. GoDaddy Hub plus Arrow, and Arrow's in a lot of commercials these days. We saw one on TV the other night. Go ahead. So the demo that you're seeing here first is, if you're managing customers' websites through an interface like GoDaddy Hub, we've integrated, at least at GoDaddy, some of the, you could do your market research for your customer. I went to ChatGPT and helped write my prompt, but it says market research in here, and you'll see that it's got a SWOT analysis and industry overview. So when you're doing a competitive analysis for your customers, you could even see AI kind of in this interface where you also get to manage your customers' websites for updates. So this gives back a report. Now, I would not just copy paste that to my customer at the end, but it would give me a good starting point. You know, I like to info dump at my chatbots and then get it to organize my thoughts back. Another thing that you're starting to see in managing your customer sites is we have Arrow Site Designer, and part of that's a site optimizer. You could say, here are my high-ranking pages. Now, I'm using my personal site, and the shoemaker's kids have no shoes, right? My problem. But 2 pages of my site I'm monitoring, and what I had this do is actually look at what I need to do to improve those pages, both SEO, accessibility. It tells me, here are the keywords that you might be gaining or trying to rank for. It integrates, we offer Yoast SEO, the free version, when people pick a managed plan, but it will integrate with that, and you can see here are the keywords. So you're starting to see AI not just inside of WordPress or outside of WordPress completely, but the interface between I'm managing customer sites and what can AI do for me in some of those spaces too. So some things are in early development yet, some things are shipping, but Arrow Site Designer will help optimize specific pages that you say, I really want to pay attention to this one. This is like a framework, a really foundational, important thing. And then other areas that you might start seeing AI pop up a little bit. I just saw a project for WP Playground. I don't know, I know Kim has heard of WP Playground. Might have shared with Kim's meetup group about it. Playground.wordpress.net. Playground.wordpress.net. It's a free, quick way to spin up a WordPress site in the browser that goes away. Think about if you're at least my generation or older, when Inspector Gadget's, the letters would just poof, they would be gone. That's what happens. You close the tab, that WordPress is gone. So WP Playground is pretty helpful for testing what the AI is doing. So Evan, can you tell me in the plugin review team how Playground is being used?
Sure. So one of the last steps before we approve and publish a plugin is we spin up a WP Playground instance and install that plugin to make sure it's not breaking the site or doing anything nefarious. And if it does, like Courtney said, we can just quit the browser and instance is gone, and we could spin up a new one and start over.
Why, when you were reviewing plugins for the plugin repo, why aren't you doing all of this on your personal laptop instead? Why are you putting it in Playground?
For those reasons, for security implications, I'm not trying to break my laptop or my WordPress installs locally.
Aw, where's the fun?
So,
Okay, so Playground gives you a safe, disposable way to test what AI is doing. I highly recommend that you use tools like this so that you are not going to cause your laptop to blow up in smoke. You would not enjoy that experience. But there are some tools that I'm starting to see coming along. One of the things that I mentioned that was a fun project for Playground was a way to give it a command. Birgit Polyhack published this one through Gutenberg Times recently about using Playground to spin up and take screenshots of a lot of things. And I think that intersection of like MCP and Playground could be really interesting to start experimenting with. So if you happen to run a product and you need to get lots of screenshots of all the things around your site, or you write a lot of docs, maybe at plugin theme companies. My background, formerly, some years ago, I was at the events calendar. You know, tools like Playground were really helpful for me to, like, I couldn't use that one at the time. We had something else, and this is a future version of where things are going. But I don't want to blow stuff up on my own machine. I'd rather just close a browser or force quit, reboot the laptop, and it's all gone. But where you see being able to give a command with something like MCP, and then Playground goes and does the thing for you, I'd be watching that spot to see kind of where the innovation is happening, because that seems like a safer way to test and build, especially if you are like me and you know enough to be dangerous, but you should not ship on production without testing thoroughly. Playground is where you want to be. So kind of just a conclusion, AI can be great at helping you proofread. Where did that rogue curly bracket go? I am not closing my things appropriately. Find it for me. It can be great for that. It could also be great for, people are talking about vibe coding. It's this idea of spitballing. I have an idea. I don't care how it gets implemented. I don't care if it's compliant. I just wanted to get a prototype out there. It could be good for that. It's a good junior coder, good junior developer. It is not going to be your replacement. It should not be left without some guardrails, certainly. But review, test, experiment, get in and play with it, because certainly I think that it's everything from our graphics to our content to our proofreading and security, and it's finding its way into all the things. So again, I'm Courtney Robertson. I am a developer advocate at GoDaddy. I get to work with the open source community quite a bit. I also co-founded this thing, the WP Community Collective. We'll have some news in a couple of weeks about launching ways to fund folks that are contributing to WordPress that are making this possible. Oh, and forgot, a little bit of breaking news. There is a team forming in WordPress to handle AI strategy. So you can find info about them at make.wordpress.org/AI. That was a new team that's launched. And you are?
And I'm Evan Herman, and Senior Software Engineer at GoDaddy and member of the plugin review team. So if you've submitted a plugin, chances are I reviewed it and you were speaking with me. If you have one in the queue, come find me, we'll get it pushed through. And you can find me on WordPress at eherman24 or Twitter at Evan M. Herman.
So what are your questions about AI? What's your experiences? What are your questions? Whether it is AI or, hey, if it's related to WordPress contribution and or the plugin review team, Evan can answer all of it.
Sure.
And it kind of relates a little bit to GoDaddy, because I use Manage WP. I have like 40 client sites I'm managing, and all of the sudden I'm getting all sorts of security alerts for plugins, low vulnerabilities, low chance of exploits according to all the security sites, but they're also for plugins that seem to be abandoned.
Yep.
And what I was wondering is, what can I do without having to fork all of these plugins, find the unsanitized or unescaped code, do it myself, and that's still not going to solve the notification problem, getting a dozen notifications a day from Managed WP about these securities. Is there any kind of strategy to find new owners for these plugins, to find ways to kind of address these even minor security issues, but they could become major if, you know, a 3-year-old plugin could have a major vulnerability? What can we do as a community?
Short of forking the plugin and creating one yourself, I mean, finding alternatives can be challenging. There's an adopt me tag on WordPress.org that if a plugin author decides they no longer want to maintain that plugin, they can put it up for adoption. If there are security vulnerabilities being reported, they are getting reached out to by the plugin team and the security team. If they don't respond, I think within 45 days the plugins get closed. So I think the alternative is just finding another plugin that's currently being maintained, because there's not much we can do beyond that.
Chances are, I'm taking a wild guess, is it plugins that haven't just done the basic bump test?
I have to go through. I mean, some of them are very, the differences are. But I started going through, and it's like this plugin has been removed from the author's request. And it's like, well, okay, what do I do about this security plugin that is, or security, because this, even if a plugin is pulled from the repository, sites are still using them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm in this dilemma.
It's a challenge with open source.
Yeah. Okay, so
If you notice that there is a trend of which ones it is, I would love to know that list and dig in a little bit.
all right, I'll
Um,
compile that list and send it to you next week.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Tracy. Who else? Other questions? We don't bite. Promise. Yeah, I'll put the links out. I know that we sent them in also to the camp, but yes, I can put the links out, certainly.
The age-old
Yeah, okay, so for the recording, the question is, will WordPress.org move off of SVN because that experience is really painful? Do you want to field that one?
No, I mean, as far as I know, there's been discussions of it, but nothing set in stone. There's no plan for it. I think core is mirrored onto GitHub, and
Yeah.
you can open issues there and pull requests on there now, but nothing for plugins.
It was hard to find a freebie, a GUI for it.
I know.
Hard to find a GUI for SVN.
Yeah.
And to be clear, is your concern about getting plugins uploaded to .org?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a stumbling block.
Yep.
I'm so used to GitHub, I was like, oh.
Yep.
Yeah, modernizing. I think a lot of us would enjoy if we could move in that direction. But I might have some other ideas to speak with you about related to that soon after this presentation. Other thoughts, other questions? What's the weirdest way you've used? I'm going to ask you questions if you're not asking us, because we got time. So what's the weirdest way you have used AI in your workflow that you're willing to tell us about? Adam Silver, you have to have something. Meet my friend Adam Silver, host of Kitchen Sink WP. He's got the voice that you really want to listen to.
So, for those who don't know, my name is Adam Silver, but those who know the connection is, it's also the name of the NBA commissioner.
You get a microphone.
B. Well, that's hot. That is hot. Yeah.
It is a hot mic.
Wow. So, not part of my workflow from a work perspective, but life. I also own adamsilver.com. A lot of people in the world don't like the commissioner of the NBA.
Also named Adam Silver for the recording.
Right. I get emails weekly, some stuff on Twitter, X, but they go to the forum, they don't look at my photo, they just assume I'm him. I get emails weekly, I use ChatGPT to reply to every single one of them. I'm polite, I address their concern, question, NBA, WNBA, and then I say, I'm not the commissioner, just had the same name, owned the domain before he took over, but you can follow me at runadam.run. I do these other things. Follow me here and have a nice day.
I like that you lead with sports, at least for a sports audience.
Right.
We're missing the sports ball there, but
Right.
good. Are you receiving traffic from this ChatGPT?
I do
endeavor?
get traffic from it, yeah.
Amazing.
And I get subscribers to my other places, which is brilliant. It's a full circle. But and people do write back more often than not. Thank you. Some people write back, I don't care, it's still your fault. Anyway, that's my ChatGPT story.
Go ahead. Is it automated?
I have the same prompt that I copy paste. I just change the name and I copy paste the email that they send me, so it replies to the actual problem or the question, the concern they have.
So. Animal feed ingredients and health supplements getting mixed up. That's a really common problem because the WordPress community needs a lot of kitchen sinks. For those that remember the pre-Gutenberg era, there was a button called Kitchen Sink. Right around that time, there was a podcast that was launched, and then the kitchen sink button got hidden, deprecated, unless you run, yeah, anyway. So Adam, during lunch, you and I are gonna spin up a site similar to yours, because there is somebody with my namesake that was on The Bachelor and The Bachelorette and wrote some books. And I'm not her. Go figure. Nope, not that kind of GoDaddy lady. In any case, thank you all so very much for joining us today.
All right. Hello, hello, everyone. How's everyone enjoying the camp so far? All right, all right, all right. All right, our next talk is titled A Journey from Page Builders to Blocks, presented by Joe Simpson Jr. In this interactive presentation, Joe will hike through a case study for site rebuild, highlighting some considerations that occur when transitioning from classic editor themes or page builders to full site editing with blocks. Everyone give a warm welcome to Joe Simpson Jr.
Thank you, thank you. Well, today I'm gonna move around a little bit. My presentation is gonna have a little bit of movement for those. I do a lot of advocacy in the accessibility world, so there may be a little bit of movement, so I hope we're good there. I was laid out flat on a cold, hard operating table, similar to the one that you see here, about 8 years ago in 11 days. And as I counted backwards, as they put the mask on, 100, 99, 98, 97, 96. All I could think about were these faces. How are we going to tell my daughter, Troy? After all, she was a senior in high school. She was getting her portfolio together. She was following in her dad's footsteps as a creative. And she was applying to art schools all over the country. But I didn't want to interrupt her senior year. And it was the hardest thing I'd ever have to do. I remember when my daughter would be on the table, our kitchen table, and she would jump into my arms. And I'll put her back, and I'll take a step further back. How would I tell her that tomorrow at about 10 o'clock, there's a possibility that I wouldn't return home again? When I came to, my cardiologist, he gave me this. On the left, it shows the blocked arteries. I had two 100% blocked arteries. And on the right is afterwards. I had a couple of stents put in, and I wasn't sure what was next. Would I be able to work again? Did I want to work again? Part of the stressors that caused my heart event were at the office. So I had a lot to think about. The next morning, an angel came to my bedside. Someone from the hospital cardiology unit gave me an option. She said, for the next 90 days, you can take a leave of absence, and we'll go through the process of healing you physically, mentally, and emotionally. There was class work, physical work, and from that point on, the next 90 days, I decided to take my first step. From my bed to the bathroom, there was a possibility I could pass out. That's how weak I was. I had to rebuild from zero. But as one step turned into 2, 3, 4, 16, 32, it became a lap around the park. It became 4 laps around the park until I found myself here. This is a trail to the highest point in Santa Clarita. I'm from Southern California, and in the Santa Clarita Valley, this is Central Park. And so I decided in the next 90 days, I wanted to climb this hill. So today's talk is all about journeys. And this was my journey. I wanted to decide how I was going to get to the top of the hill. And so I had to break it down into smaller chunks, smaller pathways. I wanted to get a third of the hill by a certain time, 2/3, and then to the very top. 3 days before I went back to work, this is the view that I saw at 5 o'clock in the morning from the top of Central Park. During those 90 days, I decided I really wanted to focus on things that meant a lot to me, things that I could do creatively. Again, I mentioned earlier, my daughter went into an artist field. I was a designer at one point. I wanted to get back into art. I picked up my pencil, my digital pencil. I wanted to get back into WordPress. WordPress is one of those things that I got a lot of joy out of, a lot of giving back. So in the next years to come, I wanted to do that. And that's what brought me before you today. But you may be wondering, what the heck does this have to do with page builders, WordPress? It's about your journey, trying to empower you to do more with WordPress and giving back, as well as learning and growing. My name is Joe Simpson. As Caleb mentioned, I'm in the WordPress community. I'm here thanks to SiteGround as an ambassador, but it allows me to talk and advocate in the community. I'm part of the Make Accessibility team, and in the last 8 years, I've done just about anything and everything I could possibly do in WordPress. For over 3 decades, I worked for Metro Los Angeles, getting people out of their cars and onto public transit. Before that, I'd worked for Fortune 500 companies in their branding and corporate identity departments at Unisys, Chrysler Corporation, and all the logos that you see on the screen are part of my journey. All of those companies merged and had a major brand identity change when I worked there. So I got a lot of great experience through those companies. As I mentioned, in the 90 days, I did anything and everything that I could in WordPress. I decided to attend my first meetup. Although I had used WordPress for about 3 or 4 years, I attended my first WordPress meeting in downtown Los Angeles, and I saw Adam Silver. He was presenting that night, and he was talking about this event called WordCamp Los Angeles, and they were asking for volunteers. I hadn't done that before. I said, let me do that. In the next 90 days, I attended 21 or so meetups all over Southern California in the 5 county areas, thousands of miles in my car. I decided to start a meetup. I was tired of spilling coffee on myself at 10:30 at night, driving back home to Santa Clarita. In the upper left in that screen, that's from WordCamp Los Angeles. I attended 3 WordCamps, my first WordCamp US virtually. I did anything and everything in WordPress, volunteering, meetups, WordCamps, and I wanted to do more. What you see on screen here is what I've been doing lately. I've contributed to the Make team. I've started 3 meetups. I've done anything and everything, but I wanted to advocate in emerging and underrepresented communities all around the world, as well as in the States. So I've been doing that for the past 8 years. I've worked on the WordCamp US organizing team. Again, I've done anything and everything I can in WordPress. Today's talk is a journey from page builders to blocks in WordPress. It's about my personal case study at Metro Los Angeles, going from themes to where we are now, and my journey from here forward. Don't look at that. Unfortunately, I had a personal emergency, and I couldn't get my slides together in a format that you could follow along with, but I'll get those up by the end of this weekend. This is my WordPress origin story. What you see on the screen was our first WordPress blog at Metro Los Angeles. We have a lot of negative information or negative news stories about public transportation. We had a sinkhole, we were on 60 Minutes, and our agency decided, hey, let's get out in front of this and provide as much agency information to the news and public communities as possible. And this, what you see on the screen, was what I inherited. Our lead developer and CSS goddess both left our agency within 1 month of each other, and they said, here, Joe, take this. I was a graphic designer turned HTML person using the Adobe Suite, Dreamweaver, all that stuff, and I had to learn WordPress. Unfortunately for me, or fortunately for me, we had budget. We're a government agency, and that year, we had budget to send me to training. Fortunately, it was to the WordPress VIP Intensive Developer Training Seminar, and I attended, but there was an issue. The very first day, they said, spin up a virtual box. So for someone that had come from graphic design, had very little development skills, my head went, but something amazing happened. To my left, to my right, behind me, in front of me, everyone turned to help me. They helped me spin up a box. That was what WordPress community was about. And so as I decided what I was doing next, I thought about that. I want to help others. What I know, I want to share. These are some of the problems that we had with the site that I inherited. It was self-hosted, and I hope he's not looking at this, but I call him Evil Doug. He was not into using WordPress. He was an artist, filmmaker, turned developer, and he wanted to use anything and everything open source, but as obscure as possible. And for some reason, he didn't like WordPress. So he built our self-hosted instance. The other iceberg in the room was that our agency was a Microsoft shop. So our ITS group hated the idea of anything that required customization outside of the Microsoft network. The site that you saw was built with Headway, which was a premium theme, a license that you would have to worry about renewing, so there was a cost. If you know about me and the community that we have back in Santa Clarita, we're big about starting with free, and if you need something premium, working your way to that, so that was a bad feature for us as well. That theme put an admin on top of WordPress, so there was two things I had to learn. The other thing, I don't want to rip on Evil Doug again, but he hard-coded everything. So every time there was an update, it wiped out everything. So the first thing I had to do, and this is what I built, we decided, we had a little budget, we moved our self-hosted instance to WordPress VIP. WordPress VIP is an enterprise-level hosting platform for Time Magazine, CBS, local news, a lot of big agencies. So it allowed me to learn WordPress the right way. It was automatic service. These were some of the benefits. Again, it was enterprise level. We were we're the third largest transportation agency in the country. We wanted something that could handle the type of traffic that we did, but also some of the things that an enterprise company may deal with. It had a larger selection of themes. I'm a very big advocate for the repository, not really going out into doing something a little more unique. It also allowed us a multi-site instance. So that meant we could share a theme between both the source, and we had a Spanish language site called El Pasajero, which was in Spanish language version of the source. So we were able to share the theme. It was one theme, we shared it across, we could brand it. At Metro Los Angeles, we have a very distinct and award-winning brand, so we had to stay in line with what they were doing visually, so it allowed for me to build that. And I built my first child theme, and it had support, one thing that it wouldn't have with Evil Doug. Now for the drama. As a government agency, there was quite a bit of turnover. Metro Los Angeles is run by a board of directors, which is appointed by City Hall. The mayor is often on our board of directors. And depending on what project is being built in Los Angeles, that person is in charge of Metro. So currently, 2 weeks ago, we just opened the airport connector. For those of you who get to the airport by public transportation, the inside joke in Los Angeles was that we had transportation everywhere except for 2 miles from the airport. So we just recently opened Airport Connector, so the mayor of Inglewood was head of our board. So needless to say, there was lots of management change, and so directions often changed. And I can't tell you, I think we started and stopped on a redesign of the source maybe 5 times. Unfortunately, it kept crashing. Unfortunately, as that time passed, the theme became deprecated. So in 2018, I was able to attend WordCamp US for the first time. I was sitting outside the hall where Matt was going to do his State of the Word, and I just happened to be sitting next to someone. So as you look around today, for those that may be new to WordPress, you may be sitting next to someone that's created something amazing in WordPress. So I would suggest during the day, just say hello to someone next to you, and you may find out something interesting. So that day, I was sitting next to Ben Rittner. He told me about this company he was starting called Cadence, and that they were going to be one of the first companies to have block themes. And it was going to change the course of WordPress forever. During Matt's State of the Word, he talked about Gutenberg, and as we know, WordPress changed forever. I also saw in the back of the conference, the sponsor area, Elementor was there. Page builders came on scene online at the same time. So from that point, we had decided in 2018 we were going to go with using page builders for some of our work. And these are some of the sites that we spin up. The cool thing about Metro is that we were opening, well, let me give you a little history. Metro in Los Angeles, they decided to rip up all the transit that existed in LA and put freeways everywhere. Now we're going to taking out those freeways and putting transit back in. So every time a new line opens, we spin up a landing page that points to what we've done project-wise and then eventually operational. So once they go online, you need to know how to get from here to there. So part of my job was spinning up these boutique sites. So for instance, it's kind of tiny, but the LA 2028 is going to be coming up. So our information, we spun up a page about that. Expo line, K line, everything you see there, we spun up information. So I got a lot of experience with page builders. We started with Beaver Builder, then on to Elementor. Here's a little history of the source. The source, when they started, they said, hey, we want to do 5 to 7 stories a day. Then it became 5 to 7 stories a week. But we wanted to get as much information out about what we were doing as possible, covered our board. It was we brought in a Pulitzer Prize author to be the head editor. And since 2019, or 2009, we had over 12,000 posts, almost 20 evergreen pages. We've received over 50,000 comments. We have over 2,000 email subscribers, over 21,000 pieces of media, and we have over 100 editors at this point. So it's very active. So throughout the agency, if someone was working on the Sepulveda bus line, they wrote articles for the source. So we had lots of guest authors, and we need something robust enough to support our editor base, but also allow the editor to have a very consistent message that went out to our communities. When I mentioned that our theme deprecated, these were some of the objectives that we wanted to accomplish. We wanted to reduce site clutter. As I mentioned, we have so many posts online, but the one bad thing, and we all know that when we have editors, our editors tended to add tags and categories, and we had, I think we had over 10,000 categories and tags, which convoluted the search process. You couldn't find anything, and at that time, we didn't have a robust search. We had the standard search on WordPress. Don't throw any tomatoes at me, but it didn't suit our needs. We wanted to be able to feature content. So for example, when COVID happened, everything shut down. How would people get from work here to there using public transit? So our site took a dramatic change. So we wanted to be able to spin up something unique if there was a strike, for instance. So we wanted that capability. But we also wanted to empower our editors to be able to curate the content and really focus on content. Unfortunately, with the source, it was so old, and again, don't laugh, there was a plugin to add YouTube. That's how old it was. So we wanted to update to be in line with core, plugins, and themes so that we could eliminate some of those conflicts. We also wanted to eliminate some potential security risk. In the previous year, and we all may have this in our work environments, something will come down from the CEO that you have to act on immediately. The city of LA had a hack of their WordPress site, and so they're like, we need more security. So whatever we were going to build next had to suit our people upstairs, as well as just come in line with what was going on currently. We also wanted to train our editorial staff on a totally new system. We were one of the few people, and I don't know if it's few people, that were still using the classic editor plugin. So we wanted to update that as well. These were some of the tools that we looked at. I had experience with traditional themes and page builders, like I mentioned, but we wanted to get on board with Gutenberg. From the time when the project started to now, Gutenberg had gone through a couple of phases. Right there it says phase 1, but we were up to phase 3 by the time we were ready to design and build. We looked at, again, WordPress, Cadence, Generate Blocks, Divi, Beaver Builder, and Elementor. These are some of the pros and cons, and I apologize for the small type, but with Divi, it was too colorful. It was like a pastel Microsoft for me. It had like buttons and widgets everywhere. And again, if I offend anyone, I'm sorry. I'm just giving you my candid opinion. It was a premium theme. That was a strike. Because again, in a government agency, budgets fluctuate drastically. We wanted something that we can maintain, hopefully free, and hopefully something that's easy enough for someone that has no technical ability to use. Our editors weren't tech folks, so it had to be very simple. Again, it was a premium plugin. They didn't really have a local media network that we could access. It was non-GPL compliant, but it did have the drag and drop live editing interface. We started with Beaver Builder. One thing that caught our eye with Beaver Builder from a design standpoint, it had the Bootstrap background. And we were into using Bootstrap to accomplish our brand objectives. Again, but it was a premium tool, and it had some of the same issues as Divi. We settled on Elementor. I really loved how clean the interface was. It really reminded me of the Adobe interface. It allowed us to do a lot of drag and drop, but unfortunately, as a government agency, from an accessibility standpoint, page builders are sort of a no-no. We also looked at block page builders. Gutenberg, full site editing. When we first started looking, Gutenberg hadn't matured enough. I wasn't really ready to jump on board, so that was a strike against it, but it had come a long ways. The one great thing is that it's an automatic product. There was lots of literature, videos, learning materials out there about it, so we can get up to speed. And then it offered a few things that we'll talk about later that were beneficial to Metro moving forward. We looked at Generate Press. It was more of a developer tool, I felt. I mean, and again, nothing against developers. I love developers except for Evil Doug. But Generate Press was great in terms of accessibility. It was on the cutting edge in terms of blocks, but I felt like you really had to have a developer slant to use it. So our editors may have some issues if they needed to make some simple tweaks to the system. Cadence was great, again, but it was a premium tool. So again, we went through all of these and we decided on something out of left field. There is a theme called Newspack. One of my colleagues suggested it to me, and again, I would have never really found it in the repository. I saw this quote from someone at WooCommerce, and I was like, hey, let me investigate a little further. Newspack is a theme that was created by Automatic with Google News, as well as a couple of other foundations, to go after a certain audience. As we know, traditional media is sort of going away, and they wanted to provide a tool for news agencies to get online and have a really set of plugins, features, and it was block-based that they could use to get their information onto the media, onto online, as well as in new areas that they could monetize, as well as grow their news network. One thing that was great about it was that it had a number of different design styles right out of the box. So visually, it had a magazine layout, and we had a few areas that we could sort of customize and start with. So visually, it had a number of different variations that were great. In addition, it had a number of different block variations that we could start our pages with. So out of the box, a lot of things that were pre-built, a lot of things that were specific to the publishing industry were in block forms that they had already created. So for our team that had limited access or limited experience in blocks, we could leverage that to build our site. Again, Nosferatu music. There's a problem. Newspack was a WordPress.com feature, and it was $795 a month. I was talking to Adam earlier, and we were talking about when it's a small client's money, $795 can be a lot. At enterprise level, maybe not a big deal, but for a government agency, it was a big deal. Fortunately for us, I was looking at WP Tavern, and this article popped. It was talking about a plugin that was built that will allow you to go to the GitHub repository automatically and check for updates. That would allow us to use that theme in a self-hosted environment. Check. So we're ready to move forward. As I mentioned, Newspack is on automatic on GitHub. And again, as information changes, this is good also for our developers. If they need to go in and do some customization, they will have a reference and a backlog of what's been going on with Newspack to use. And this is what we have today. Last summer, the source re-debuted in a magazine format in line with our brand, but also it highlighted each of the different areas that were important to our agency. We sort of stepped back and said, hey, these are going to be our tags. These are going to be our categories. Stay within that. If you just basically do a few tags, it self-populates. It creates all the archive pages where someone that only wants to know about Expo, they can click on that link and jump there. We also made a more robust footer where our main editor can go in and say, hey, in June, Airport Connector's going up. We'll customize and curate the footer links to point there as well. So we had a number of different ways to keep funneling traffic to specific information and keeping the site fresh. Because again, in Metro, we're rushing in the next 30 years to rebuild what we tore up a while back. So new projects are coming online all the time. So again, we wanted to make sure our stakeholders and our writers knew what was going on. We also had an area at the top that allowed for a feature element to be populated. So as something popped up, as long as they tagged it right, it would take over the homepage. We also improved the search. We use Jetpack Search. Again, I'm big into keeping things simple, but functional. We use WordPress Jetpack Search to curate based on our tags, and it improved search tremendously. So if someone went in and put in Airport Connector, it would populate and allow you to drill down. It also provided a more attractive feature layout. So for instance, like a magazine style, you open up your magazine feed section on a news site. On the weekend, you see a nice, beautiful, full width image, as well as a dramatic headline. It also gives you more information about the writer. One nice feature that they were requesting, sometimes articles are written by more than one person. So now we can add multiple editors. We put the social information right at the top. We had a nice dramatic title as well as a breadcrumb. To really, a lot of the features that we built in were for our users, our readers. We wanted to incorporate a lot of that stuff that had been missing for the past 15 years on the site. We also had estimated reading time, which is something that's a little newer in the WordPress community or in websites in general. Sometimes, for instance, one of the articles on the launch of the Airport Connector was like 12 minutes long. I can't really tell editors how to write for the web, but it's a good thing to let the readers know what they're getting into. So we added a lot of those kind of niceties to try to improve the reader experience. This is another feature. Metro is very diverse. As we know from looking at the news lately, there's been a lot going on in Los Angeles, but we have a core number of languages that we always put our information out in. So one of the things that we were tasked with was making sure that we had the ability to translate or provide translations in those 12 languages. So in our main menu, translate feature was added, as well as on each page, I created a few basic custom blocks. One was a translate block. So if they wanted to add additional importance to an article, they could just hit /translate and then drop it in as they were editing to add even more features as you read down the articles. A nice feature, again, I mentioned this is a layout with a full width image. We also had a 2-layer menu, which some of the information pointed back to our mothership site, as well as we had a store, more areas to get in contact with Metro as well. But one of the key features, one of the coolest things about the change was that it offered our editors a little more power. Before, like I mentioned, to do just about anything, embed a PDF, a video, media. Back in the days, we had plugins for that. Now, it was a distraction-free editing environment, and everything was inline. So if they needed to drop in a video with blocks Gutenberg, that was way easier. Also, the ability to move things around as they wrote. The outline feature in full-site editing is pretty amazing. It also provided the tags on the right, an area for the feature image, and a lot of features that just by making a few selections, it changed how the page presented itself. The other key feature, which we all have a boss, and sometimes they'll say, hey, we need numbers. These numbers are important for us because they have board reports where they get funding. So we also always get these frantic requests to grab numbers for something specifically. Now, instead of them asking the web team to pull them up, they can go in and do it themselves. All right. Today is about those journeys. Again, I had a number of different journeys, pre and post WordPress, and today was about trying to inspire you to do more or revisit. When I thought about this topic, the picture of my son that you saw, he was about 8 years old. Imagine not seeing my son for 8 years, how much I missed in his life. A lot of folks in our community, we decided 8 years ago, Gutenberg, full site editing, nah. Gutenberg has changed a lot. And by me presenting what I showed you today, it was my jumping back in to the water and learning. And I hope that it'll inspire you to do the same. But more importantly, contribute. Our community is about helping one another. I told you about the example where someone helped me spin up my first virtual box. So I've just made it a point to really try to help as much as possible. And I encourage you to do the same. Join Make. I was a team rep for the accessibility team for about 3 years, and it allowed me to learn from the best folks in accessibility. In our community in Santa Clarita, one of the things I'm really proud of, we were the first WordCamp that had a dedicated track to accessibility. We had over 25 speakers, whereas most camps may have 1 or 2 speeches. We're proud about that. The things that we believe in, we try to put our money where our mouths are. Learn. As I mentioned, this was my first crack at full-site editing. I encourage you to revisit it and learn more. I've done a lot of looking at learn videos on YouTube. Our meetup, we really tried to learn and do these things and share with each other as we grow. One of our community members is here. I haven't seen her since she left Southern California, but we're all about learning and sharing with each other, and I encourage you to do the same. Since the case study, we've done more in our community in Santa Clarita, and I would invite you to come and visit and learn with us. We've done AI in WordPress, Figma in WordPress. We're going through a current track where we're taking random sites and building them in full site editing and getting feedback back and forth. So I encourage you to visit us. We're also going to be one of the local WordCamps, hopefully in 2025, definitely spring 2026. So I encourage you to come back to Santa Clarita. Nice weather, amusement park, golf courses, hiking, just about anything in Southern California. So come and join our community. I'll make these slides available, so don't take a picture. I'll share it on my social channel. You can find me here, Joe Simpson Jr. at any of the icons there, Slack, LinkedIn, Gmail. Thanks to the organizers, volunteers, and folks that are making this possible. Thanks for listening. And I'll open it up to questions if we have any.
Hi, very inspirational story. Thank you for sharing all that. My question is on when you were choosing Elementor. So you said you were going back and forth between Elementor and Cadence. I guess my question is, did you ever have to go from Elementor to the block editor? Did you ever have to like migrate away? Like, did you put stuff in Elementor, have to take it out of Elementor and migrate it into a block theme?
Well, we did not, because as we know, it's not seamless.
I know that's what that's what I wanted to know. Yeah.
Yeah, we and I keep calling out Evil Doug's name, but we went from the self-hosted, and just to give you a little bit of history, we had before we went to WordPress, we were way back as a Microsoft shop. We were Stellent, Oracle, and then we went to a custom CS that Evil Doug built, and then we went to WordPress. But one of the stipulations was if we were planning to move out of this technology into full site editing, that was going to be an issue. So that dictated what we decided on first. So for the source, it went from traditional to full site editing.
So you never really went to Elementor, you just considered it.
Well, no. I mentioned we have a number of project pages, and those are outside of. So just to give you an idea, we had the mothership site, which was a page builder. We had our landing pages for specific project openings. That was Elementor as well. And then our news blog was full site editing. So we had 3 buckets we were dealing with. Because again, I'm not asking you to just totally throw out what you're doing, but I'm asking you to consider it and adding it to your workflow.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right. Oh, back over here. And I just wanted, while we're waiting for the question, to give Adam Silver a shout out. Now, you may not know, as I mentioned, everyone along the way encouraged me. When I attended those 21 meetups in 90 days, everyone that I talked to that was a leader, they're like, how can I do more? They were encouraging me to speak, to volunteer, to do different things, instead of saying, hey, go figure it out yourself. So you may not know. You were one of the people that were responsible. So thanks, Adam. And listen to his podcast. That's how I knew he was going to be here. Yes.
Okay, so my question is about the 10,000 taxonomy terms, categories, and tags.
Mm-hmm.
Did you clean them up and like refactor them in any way, or did you just abandon those when you moved to the system? And if you did clean them up, what process did you use to go through those and figure out which ones to keep and how to recategorize things?
Great question. I went through, exported all the tags, put them in a CSV file, and we went through with the editorial team and struck through the ones that we wanted to get rid of. But I also suggested that, again, we're a government agency, so a project, when it goes from concept to production, has a lot of different names. So I wanted to come up with a naming convention. So what's the final name of the project? That's going to be the tag. And so we went through that whole process as well. So it went in a couple of different channels. We went from the big bulk list of all tags and categories, cut that one down, compared it against the new names, and came up with a new system. Any other questions? All right. So if that's it, thanks for joining me today. Hopefully I could talk to you more. Come and see me, and have a great day at WordCamp Montclair.
right. Ooh, this mic is hot. Good afternoon. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. Before I present the next speaker, whoever lost a medical card, we have found it, and it is located at the sign-up area. So whoever has lost a medical card, we have found it, and it's located at the sign-up. All right. Our next talk, titled Agencies in the Age of AI, Evolution, Not Extinction, presented by Keenan Copenhaver. This talk charts the journey of web agencies from 2014 to today and looks ahead to the future with AI. So everyone, let's give Keenan Copenhaver a nice round of applause.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for showing up to the first talk after lunch. I know this is always a tough slot for folks, so we have some things sprinkled throughout that I hope you all enjoy. So yeah, let's just dive right into it. Mentioned kind of 2014 as a timeline. This is a website that I was working on back in 2014, and I was a relatively mid-sized agency. This was a multi-month project. It included a designer, a team of developers. We went through wireframes, hi-fi mockups, all of that stuff. This is a pretty big project, but you see the items in the nav. We've got the about page, services, industry, just a bunch of pages. This is essentially a brochure site, right? And so contrast that sort of multi-month process with multiple team members, multiple thousands of dollars of budget, with kind of the state of what some AI tools can do today. So if we look at, this is basically a version of this website that I put together from a single prompt. No sort of back and forth, no editing, no adjusting. And you can tell the difference, right? You can see that this is much more polished, but it did capture kind of the essence of the site. It gives me a really good starting point to, if I wanted to go back and forth with it, I could do that. And you can start to envision that these sorts of projects might not be, multi-month endeavors anymore. This is another kind of similar tool, and you can see it made some different design choices. But overall, in kind of a single shot prompt, it was able to capture the aesthetic of what I was trying to do, and would happily give me all of this sort of HTML code. And so I show this as kind of a representative and a level set for what we're going to talk about today with how agencies need to evolve with the presence of these tools. So when I started seeing this, it made me think of, over the course of my career, like how many of these types of projects were kind of the core of what I was building for clients and what I was doing for them. Because if these were the things that I was saying, okay, this is what I bring to the table, these sorts of tools are kind of causing the ground to shift under that a little bit. So I do just want to set a little bit of expectations as folks are coming in here for what this talk is not and what this talk is. So this talk is not going to be just me standing up here hyping AI. I think that's very important. And to that end, I actually need a couple audience volunteers real quick. I'm going to come down with y'all. And we have these cool buzzers that it will be your responsibility to, if I say something that you feel like is just hype and unfounded and you want me to kind of explain some more, you have to press the buzzer, and I will go back and try the last couple sentences again. So could I get a couple volunteers real quick? All right. Well, so I appreciate your willingness to fact check me. And like I said, I want to keep this very sort of grounded in reality and useful for everybody. This is also not going to be necessarily a how-to look at various AI tools at all. A lot of the other talks you've either seen this morning or are coming later this afternoon go a lot more into how to use specific tools and where they fit in your workflow and that sort of stuff. So we're not going to do that here. This is also not going to be a Chicken Little, sky is falling sort of doomsday prediction. AI is changing things for sure, but we want to be pretty realistic about how that's going to look. So what this talk is, we're going to start with kind of a set of truths and things that I believe about AI and the technology overall, and kind of the strategies that I see for agency folks and freelancers that evolve from those truths. We're going to take a look at specific strategies that y'all can implement, and my goal is that y'all leave here with actionable sort of things you can implement in your business to continue to evolve it in this new age that we're in. So a little bit of background on me and my friend, the polar bear here. My name's Keenan. I've been working in WordPress a long time, since about 2013, in and around the world of agencies that whole time, but now I help agency and freelance folks use AI in their business. So this is the one slide you probably want to take a picture of, take your phone out. If you want this whole slide deck, you can go to this URL right here and grab it. So I always give folks a couple seconds to linger on this slide so that you don't feel like you have to take pictures of every slide as we're going along. You can download the 9 megabyte or so PDF of this at this URL. It also gives me a chance to catch my breath after jogging to the back of the auditorium and back, so that's good. Perfect. So I said we were going to start with 3 truths, and I wrote the slide and then felt very uncomfortable with how arrogant it was, and so I decided to call them the 3 trends instead. These are things that I think are true, but I don't know are universally true, so I'm going to say that they are trends that I'm seeing that I think agency folks and freelancers should be aware of. So number 1, the handcuffs are sort of off these DIY tools. Like, for example, this is apparently the personification of Squarespace. But all of these tools that have been sort of in the mix of fair. This is ChatGPT's personification of Squarespace, not the actual personification. Appreciate the fact check on that. But all of these tools that have kind of existed in the same realm as custom development and people who work on WordPress, but have always had their own limitations. A lot of that is kind of shifting. So in the old world, we kind of think about tools like Squarespace and Wix and some of these others as kind of platforms that are just kind of enclosed and self-contained, and they have limited capabilities based on what those companies decide to add to their feature set. They're kind of hard to extend. You can't really make plugins or things for them. And a lot of times you couldn't get too far down the rabbit hole of customization. If the drop down for what sort of top margin you wanted to add to a heading only had 5 options, like those are the 5 options you could add. You couldn't do things like go completely custom with these tools. And this has been a focus of the WordPress project recently with the data liberation and export stuff. But there was limited capability to say, like, take your Squarespace site and move it over to Wix or whatever, things like that. There was not really a good way to replicate similar sorts of sites in these different tools. And so these were all selling points of, okay, if you need these sort of features or functionality, this is why you would get someone to help you build a custom site on WordPress or something like that. But what we're seeing in the new world is, every other week it feels like I see a new tool or an existing company launch on social media, and their one and only main interface is just the chat box, right? This week it was Airtable, so you can now build anything you want on Airtable just by kind of putting something in a chat box. This means that users aren't limited by that 5-option dropdown anymore, for example. Those chat boxes that are built into those tools know how to navigate those platforms. And even tools like ChatGPT and Claude, for example, can help you do things in these platforms. So for example, unfortunately, my work takes me into Salesforce quite a bit. And I don't know a lot about Salesforce, and it's very confusing to me, but ChatGPT is happy to walk me through if this is what I want to do in Salesforce. Okay, go to this menu, it's nested under this thing, and even though it doesn't have access to Salesforce directly, it's able to coach me through that. So in the same way that even though Squarespace is a closed platform, ChatGPT can probably help you navigate settings in Squarespace too. And this is the biggest thing, especially for folks who have patience, know what they want, and are willing to be curious about these tools. AI is basically endlessly patient, and it can write code, which platforms are standardizing on. So before, where there was no way to access the code in a tool like Squarespace or Wix, what companies are realizing is that code is a thing that AI is very capable of writing, and if they give that access to their users, it makes their platform that much more powerful. So this is kind of a core tenet of what WordPress has known for years, but other places are catching up with that too. And the last thing I'll say here is the browser is now kind of an API in its own way. So we talked about Squarespace and things not really being connected to other tools or being automatable, but any of these large language models like ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini can take screenshots. So if I'm seeing something weird in my Squarespace dashboard, I just screenshot it, I jump it into ChatGPT and say, this is broken in this way, can you help me fix this setting? And it's able to walk me through that. There are also language models that can use, basically take over your computer and actually move your mouse and click things and do things, and same thing in the browser, which means that even for platforms without an API, as long as you can load them in the browser or it can show up on your computer, they're now accessible to these AI tools. And I saw this firsthand. I was in Manila in February, and my nephew, who is 8 years old, requested through my sister-in-law to have a business meeting with me. So we put it on the calendar. He apparently found out via YouTube somehow that I was a programmer. And so he brought in this giant roll of craft paper, and he unrolled it. It was probably 15 feet long. And he had a meticulous business plan for this game that he wanted to build in Roblox, which I only have very limited familiarity with. He was very immersed in as an end user. But he had heard that you could build games on Roblox. And this is very much fits the shape of what we were just talking about. It is a tool that's mostly kind of low code unless you get really under the hood. And then you can write code to build games in a scripting language called Lua, which I am not familiar with. I am a programmer, but my tools are PHP and Python and JavaScript, those sorts of things. So Lua was very new to me. I had programming knowledge. He had specific sort of requests and was very able to see something, know that he didn't like it, and want to change it, and be very specific about what he wanted to change. And so he and I spent a lot of time sitting with Claude and having Claude help us build a Roblox game. And I was only there for about a week, just ahead of WordCamp Asia this year. But we were able to get something that was relatively functional, even in a platform that I wasn't familiar with, and he didn't know the programming side of things, just by having it help us write some code, putting it up on the screen, like I said, taking screenshots and dumping it back into the assistant and saying, here's what I'm seeing, what's going wrong, that sort of thing. And so that's, that was kind of when it clicked for me that even these platforms that we feel like are kind of closed off, these tools are cracking them wide open in some ways. And I don't know if y'all have seen this, but the WordPress project recently announced that they are forming an AI team as well. So WordPress is getting in on the fun here, and the exact shape of that remains to be seen, but this kind of technology will absolutely impact WordPress as well. And I think the kind of key takeaway from this section is that non-technical users now have access to basically unlimited developer guidance and often implementation. A lot of these tools are happy to write code for people. And that just has to change how agency folks present themselves. If your entire value was taking a customer request and translating it into code, that is something you kind of have to reevaluate a little bit. And all of these DIY tools that we might consider like down market, so if a customer didn't have the budget or capabilities to take on like a custom WordPress project with us, we might say, well, you can take something like Squarespace and Wix for a few dollars a month and use that. These platforms are all going to get a major upgrade, and in my opinion, become legitimate competitors with kind of the most basic level of code writing, etc. Cool. Second truth. This is inflammatory on purpose, but it's not an original idea. Jonathan Stark wrote this book a few years ago called Hourly Billing is Nuts, which is a great read if you haven't read it. But in my opinion, billing purely by the hour as an agency is a dead model with these new tools. Let's get into a little bit of why. So generally, the philosophy that Jonathan Stark outlays in his book is, as you get better at your job, you can do more work in less hours. If you start your career charging whatever $50 an hour for some dev work, and over the resulting 2 years, you get twice as good at your job, and you're still charging $50 an hour, you kind of have cut your effective rate in half, right? Because you're doing twice as much work for the same amount of money. And so the counter to this is, well, okay, as you get better, you raise your hourly rate, right? But at some point, there is a cap to what clients will realistically pay. If you come in and you say, great, I'm a developer, I charge $500 an hour, I charge $1,000 an hour. First of all, that's a very easy apples to apples comparison with whoever else they might be talking to. You say, well, okay, Keenan, you charge $500 an hour. We have this other developer over here who only charges $100, and then you get into the sort of value conversation. But realistically, it's a number that when it gets to a certain size, it makes people uncomfortable like seeing that on a piece of paper. So there's a natural like limit to, okay, get better, raise your hourly rate that you'll eventually hit. And AI actually completely changes this equation. So in my example just before, we said that over 2 years you make it twice as fast at doing what you want to do with your job. But by using AI tools in a certain way for anything from writing code to clarifying requirements for tickets or things like that, you can actually become much more efficient than that in a much shorter time. And so it basically accelerates the time that it will take you to hit your realistic sort of hourly rate cap, right? And so let's take a look at an example of this to make it a little more specific, because I know some folks are getting itchy buzzer fingers out there. So we'll get specific here. So in the world of SEO, and I'm not an SEO person, but I've talked to a bunch of folks in the SEO world. One of the things they do for clients quite frequently is called the content gap analysis. So this is basically, look at my website, look at all the content I've written, think about my competitors and all that sort of stuff, and where are there opportunities for me to write different kinds of blog posts or choose different topics, things like that. The asterisk is here on this statistic because it's kind of just a general survey of websites I found, public pricing that I could find, and comments from folks on Reddit. But traditionally, for most folks, this seems to take anywhere from 8 to 10 hours, and they charge between $1,000 and $5,000 for it, given the typical variance of different companies. So in the world of AI, I tried this last night with ChatGPT, and this is the only place where we're going to dive specifically into a tool. But it took 57.5 seconds to run this for me. And I have a question mark there under the price because I didn't actually pay for this result. It's included with the money that I pay ChatGPT every month anyway. And so it's kind of hard to say like what that looks like from a pricing perspective. But if I was pricing hourly, I don't think I would price in increments of 60 seconds or less. And so let's actually just take a look at the output here and see what it looks like. So this is the prompt that I used. I said, please perform a content gap analysis for my website, include areas where the overall SEO could be improved, as well as gaps and content pillars to focus on. And so this is where, if you haven't explored this set of ChatGPT, you'll notice I'm using a model called O3, and it is what's known as a reasoning model. So instead of just using its training data and spitting back an answer like you might be used to with ChatGPT, you can see here it says it thought for 32 seconds. And so it basically kind of clarified what I was asking. It decided to search the web and research my website. It researched my personal website, my axe.com account. It looks like my LinkedIn as well. It did a bunch of research on some agencies who might be competitors to mine. I'm flattered that it thinks EY is a competitor. And it did all of this kind of thinking and using tools and searching the web and all of that stuff. And at the end of those 32 seconds, it then took the additional, what's 57 minus 32, 25, to output this result for me, right? So it started with this snapshot of my current SEO position. It basically told me in many words, you only have a single page on your website, what are you doing? It talked about, what... It's true, I do have a blog with some articles on it, but yes, it's mostly just the homepage. It found some of what it considered my competitors and told me kind of what they're doing. The key differentiation is that this particular website has hundreds of indexable assets that let them rank for all sorts of things. So again, kind of chastising me in that way for not having a bunch of blog posts on my site. And then it got into the gap analysis. So this is the kind of thing that it would recommend that I write based on what I say that I do on my homepage, what it can find out about me on social media, and what it thinks would be really helpful. So this is very detailed, and it even at the end here gets into like timelines for how to do these things, and like things like add descriptive alt text on some images, or make sure I have an XML sitemap, which I actually do, and I've submitted it to Search Console. So that was something that it caught that I had already done, kind of a false positive. But it also gives me a roadmap for like, okay, cool, Q3 is starting in a month or so, or no, a couple days. Here's like the things you should do here, and then kind of walking through this plan. And so while I wouldn't recommend just like copy pasting this out of ChatGPT and sending this to a client as is, you can see how this is a really strong sort of starting point where I could put this into like a Google Doc, for example, and then put my own spin on it and add kind of my own like individual thoughts, right? And so this is kind of what I'm saying of this compression of like something that we kind of baselined at 8 to 10 hours, and it can get me 80% maybe of the way there in a minute or so. That's where the hourly sort of pricing model kind of breaks down a little bit. Cool. And so again, just kind of to sum up, like hourly pricing kind of doesn't work in a world where folks are effectively using AI, especially the kinds of tasks that agencies normally take on, whether you're an SEO agency, marketing agency, web development agency. A lot of those tasks are language tasks, which large language models are quite good at. And so this kind of breaks down. And number 3, this is both meant to hopefully surprise and inspire, but I'm just generally seeing that the bar for deliverables is way higher. So I think we're rapidly moving to a world where, especially as our clients get more exposed to these AI tools, where instead of expecting static mock-ups for particular features and things, clients will probably start to expect things like working prototypes. And even like in the case of our ChatGPT report, If it's not exactly the final shape of what we're producing, as if it runs in the browser, it's way better at kind of communicating what you're trying to get across than a static mock-up. We have things like AI note-taking tools, which means you can get on a call with a client and the same day kind of turn around a report summary of what you talked about. And depending on how you feel about AI writing code for you, you can work much faster on things like urgent feature requests, right? And so you can use those tools that you have available to you. And so this is kind of forcing us all to up-level in that way and think about, is there a even better version of this deliverable that I'm giving to my client that will help kind of save us all time. And I think it just boils down to the fact that expectations are fundamentally shifting, right? Especially as, like I said, our clients see these tools go into the market and see what's possible with them. We need to show that we're adopting them and using them in our work as well. And I think how fast these expectations are shifting depends on what industry you're in. I was having a conversation earlier about there are thousands, millions of people, even in just the US, who have never used ChatGPT and don't know what it is. And so if those are your clients, maybe you're on a bit of a longer timeline of this is not kind of as urgent right away. What we are seeing though is, especially in the tech sector, these are memos from Shopify, Duolingo, and Fiverr, basically talking about how AI is core to their business. And if you are someone who's working at these companies, you have basically a mandate to sort of figure out how to use these tools in your work. So obviously that's a little bit of a leading indicator because Silicon Valley tech companies always jump on these trains way sooner, but I do think it's kind of a indication of things to come. And this is an analogy that I kind of thought of. Our competitor, especially in the early days of any starting new agency, the kind of clients you talk to, it's always like, well, you guys seem great, but you're a little expensive, and I know, my cousin kind of writes some HTML, or my neighbor's kid builds websites. Maybe I should just get him to go build me something. And so I think in some ways these tools are kind of that equivalent for the modern era, right? It's like, well, I heard I can just build a website on ChatGPT, or Vercel has this thing called V0 where I can just type some stuff and it shows me my website. Why shouldn't I just use that? And I think what it comes down to is if you can start to use those tools to deliver higher quality deliverables to your clients, that's how you can really communicate that, yes, this is the value I bring over trying to do this yourself, right? So in Ethan Mollick's book, Co-Intelligence, which I would highly recommend, this is a book cover image you want to remember, he starts the book basically saying that his discovery of AI technology took him through 3 sleepless nights. The first one was full of excitement, the second one was full of fear, and the third one was him trying to kind of figure out what to do with all this new technology. And so if you've been following along closely with the talk, you may realize that we've already covered kind of the first 2. So let's figure out what to do. So I see kind of 3 paths that are sort of the inversion of the 3 trends that we saw earlier for agencies. Small to mid-market agencies probably want to focus on one of these. If you're a bigger agency, there's potential for adopting multiple of these approaches. But there's kind of 3 ways that I see that folks can really kind of navigate this. And number 1 is embrace complexity, right? So we saw in the ChatGPT output that AI still gets it wrong a lot of the time. And especially when you have custom integrations or things that are highly nuanced, even the best sort of AI coding tools, we'll look at this from a coding perspective, are not going to be able to write the code that's needed for that. And so moving from building things that are just brochure sites for your clients to building things like resource centers with multiple different media types and all sorts of things like that, or custom calculators that use proprietary data. So for example, a friend of mine works for an insurance company, and so they wanted a very custom calculator on their site to allow their customers to sort of get an idea of what they might pay for insurance based on all these different factors. And that data was all internal, so AI didn't have access to that. And I put print CMS up on here as a reminder for myself. A while ago, I worked on a project where WordPress needed to push to a different CMS to publish an actual newspaper. But the only documentation that existed for that system was from the 90s, and it was written in Italian. So in that case, AI would not have been able to kind of find anything on the open internet about that, and it wouldn't have known how to help my client if they wanted to kind of cut me out of that loop, write anything for that system. That was kind of something we had to figure out as we went. So this path really requires that you have sort of a deep technical expertise in one area or another. So maybe you're really deep in WordPress and the PHP side, or you're really deep in React and writing blocks and that sort of stuff, et cetera. Typically requires you to have some senior folks on your staff because that, again, leads to that sort of deep technical expertise. And this is a really great fit if you have clients who have highly technical problems. So if most of your client base, all they really need is, spin up a website, set it up, get it going, and it's a pretty basic feature set, you might have some difficulty embracing this approach. But if you do have clients where their systems are very complex, there's either a lot of data or infrastructure or anything like that that's running on the back end, you might find some success here. And the basic idea is that kind of if you go along this path, continuing to upskill yourself and use these tools yourself internally is what's going to kind of keep you ahead of this AI curve and allow you to take on even more difficult problems. So path number 2 is what I call simplicity and speed. And in this scenario, basically, we talked about kind of moving away from hourly billing. This takes the approach of, okay, what sort of consistent, productized, fixed rate services can I use, and then adopt sort of AI tooling and this sort of stuff internally. And what this looks like is, things like building a website or a web page in a week, or a report that has a fixed scope. So for example, every month, I'll send you, a report on all your website's metrics and performance, and it will cost X amount of dollars. But then if on the back end, I'm using AI tools to help me generate that report, I can kind of get faster and better at that sort of thing. If you do still want to do like development and that sort of thing, that can fit into this model too, basically as kind of a fixed length, sort of, okay, we're going to like sprint on this problem for a week or two and see kind of what we can get done. And this is best for agencies who have like a wide range of services that are relatively popular already, or you kind of know that your clients have started to kind of want the same thing from you over time. And so those are good candidates for kind of putting in this like productized sort of wrapper. And the key thing here is basically as you adopt more and better sort of internal tooling and you get better at delivering these things, your margin on them basically goes up because you're charging the same amount, but your cost, your time to put these things together goes down. And so that's kind of how you succeed here, is you can both expand the portfolio of things you offer, but also because you're doing fixed rate pricing, the better you get at these things, the better it is for you. And number 3, pivot into AI offerings. So this is kind of the obvious, I think, takeaway from this whole trend is you are sitting here learning about all this stuff. Your clients are not sitting here learning about all this stuff. And so as you kind of learn and upskill on all these tools, like we mentioned, down the road at some point, your clients are going to probably have this same sort of realization and start going through the same process. And so if these are tools that you feel comfortable kind of coaching and bringing your clients along on, you can use the fact that you already have relationships with these people and they already trust you in a world full of people who just want to hype up AI and make dubious claims on social media and all that stuff. You can use that trust that you've built with these people to kind of be their resource as they adopt these tools too. And so this is kind of a new set of technologies that you can incorporate into your offering if it makes sense for you and your clients. And obviously this works best for agencies who already have strong sort of ongoing client relationships. Again, that trust factor is a big thing there because there are hundreds of thousands at least of people kind of claiming to teach AI on the internet right now. And for me at least, the most productive conversations I've had are with people I already know and trust because there's that understanding there. So despite all of this, and I don't know what y'all's sentiment read on how I'm feeling about all this is, but I'm going to be pretty explicit, is that I think agencies are actually one of the best businesses to be in right now. There's a lot of folks who are taking huge swings on AI products and brand new AI tools and like cutting edge, bleeding edge sort of technological advancements. But I think agencies are super solid right now. And 3 of the reasons that I think that is true are, number 1, y'all have quite a bit of flexibility generally. You're not, for example, when OpenAI wants to train a new AI model, they have to invest, tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars and then just wait for a month and see kind of what model comes out on the other side. That's not a lot of flexibility, and it's a pretty big risk, right? But if you're an agency or a freelancer, you have a much shorter cycle of like, we're going to try this new thing, we're going to see how it works with our existing clients, we're going to maybe try and get a couple new clients on this, and iterate from there. You're able to be a lot more flexible as new tools come out. Second is cash flow. Again, OpenAI is raising all that money. They're tossing it all into an AI model and kind of seeing what happens and hope they can get enough people paying them $20 a month on the back end to make up for that. But agencies generally have a much quicker sort of cash flow conversion cycle where you're working for clients, every month, every quarter. And so again, that cash flow is money in the bank that you can use to feed into the flexibility of what an agency is. And finally, I hope this has been clear through this whole talk. I firmly believe that with all of these tools, there still needs to be a human in the loop at some point. And if you think about kind of the traditional agency process, you kind of already are a human in the loop between your client and WordPress, right? They could go into WordPress and work with it directly and see what they get, but they're trusting you to be that human in between them and the technology. And so just like any of these AI tools, you can't really trust the output, and they work best in the hands of someone who knows how to do the thing themselves they're asking you to do. You being that human in the loop makes you actually even more valuable in the world where these tools are changing so quickly and everything's just kind of shifting on its head. So in my opinion, not at least exploring these tools and seeing what they could do like every 6 months or so is kind of like fighting against having some sort of web presence in 2010. I'm not saying that everybody had a multi-page sort of website with everything, but if you weren't at least on LinkedIn or somewhere where people could find you on the web in 2010 and you were working in our field, that was obviously difficult. But I also think that there's this huge opportunity to, like I said, amplify things you're already doing and your existing capabilities, but also I'm kind of excited to see what new things that this will unlock for folks. I know for me, there are at least a couple things where I've thought over the years, like, oh, that'd be really cool to do, and that'd be like a really cool service that I can offer people, but it's pretty expensive to deliver. It's going to take a lot of my time, and I don't think I could charge for that in a way that would make sense. But these tools have kind of caused me to reevaluate a lot of that, and so I think it's time to, if you've got your notebook of ideas collecting dust in your desk, it's time to dust that off and see, okay, are there any of these things that I've thought about for years that I could kind of reimagine and do in a new way? So I wanted to leave plenty of time for Q&A because folks generally do have a lot of questions, and it looks like we did that. So again, my name's Keenan. Because my parents named me very uniquely, I am at K Copenhaver on almost every social media platform that exists. That's the URL for the slides again. But if folks have questions, we have mics up here, it looks like. Or you can just shout, and I will repeat your question for the recording. But thanks for having me, and I want to answer some questions for y'all. Yes.
Hi, my name is Anthony. Can everybody hear me okay, even on the web? Now, please refresh my mind. I think when you first discovered using AI, you had an existential crisis or something?
Yeah, so we can go back to this slide here. This is kind of how it went for me as well. I was generally like, these tools are awesome, and then I was like, I took a step back and was like, these tools can do like a lot of my job, and I was like, well, we need to figure out what to do with that. So. Sure, good question. So I'll repeat the question for the recording. The question basically was, by using AI, do you ever feel like you're cheating or giving yourself an unfair advantage? I think there is quite a bit of that going around. The thing that launched, I think either just this morning or last night, late sometime, is this product called Cluely. And their tagline is basically cheat on everything. So it's like a thing that just kind of runs on your machine. It watches what you're doing. It helps you if you're in like interviews or client calls. It's like constantly interjecting and trying to help you. Like they have gone deep down to like, we're just going to be controversial to be viral. And so we're saying all this stuff. But I also think that at some level, they actually believe that. Fundamentally, I use AI quite differently. I think, for example, when I was crafting this talk, I basically had a brain dump of, okay, here's all the things I probably want to include in my talk. And that was things that just I kind of came up with on my own. And I said, hey, can you please help me organize these into an outline? And then I kind of go back and forth with it and say, are there any sections that feel like we need to expand them a little bit? Are there any things that people are going to be kind of skeptical about or curious about or want to know more? And I kind of work with it to shape it that way. And then I obviously, once we get to an outline, I dive in and build the slides. And so I think if you're not like outsourcing entire things to these tools, it makes it hard for me to feel like you're cheating per se. It's a technology that exists, and you as someone who is curious and sitting in this seat right now, like have knowledge of it, and it's something you can use. I think there will always be folks who say, I mean, it's the same thing with any type of automation that's occurred over the years, right? Like there's the handcrafted element of something, and then there's the automated sort of factory version of something, mass-produced version of something, right? And so there are absolutely blog posts on the internet that took someone 2 months to write, and they did everything by hand. They did all the research by hand. And there are blog posts where the entire site was spun up in one day, and it now has 1,000 blog posts on it. So it's kind of a personal value judgment on which of those is more effective, and I think the answer is probably somewhere in between. But like I said, all the processes that I use AI for are still kind of initiated by me, and I'm very much in the loop on, and so I don't personally feel that way. But
Thank you. Two follow-up questions.
sure.
First is, how do you spell Cluely? And two, how do you protect your professional, personal privacy using AI tools?
Good question. Number one, how do you spell Cluely? I'm really regretting giving them even more free press at this moment, but it's just Clue, like the board game or something you discover in a mystery, and then LY at the end. That's it. And the second question was, how do you protect your privacy while you're using AI tools? Is that it? Okay.
Like, AI, how do you try to make sure AI is not, I think what I'm thinking of phrasing it as using your stuff to share with others in the future?
Yeah, good question. So, yeah, it really depends on the model that you use and what their sort of rules and regulations are. So, for example, if we go over here to ChatGPT, I can say, like, based on my history, tell me everything you know about me, right? This is a super risky prompt to do live on stage. But basically, ChatGPT has the concept of memory, right? And so as I'm going through, it's like seeing what I'm prompting, knowing that, like, so for example, it knows I'm in Chicago. It knows I usually it knows I live near Wrigley Field. So it knows a lot. It knows a lot about me, right? It knows a lot of the history of things that I've built over the years and things like that. And so OpenAI is kind of leaning into that and saying, okay, we want to be kind of like Google is able to target ads to you. Like, we want the version of ChatGPT that a person gets to use to have that knowledge about them. Other tools like Claude, we can actually try that as well. They take a more approach where I don't think this will know as much about me. This is called Claude. It's made by a company called Anthropic, which is an OpenAI competitor. So it's basically like ChatGPT, but it's a different underlying model. But their privacy policy basically states that they don't use anything that you put into the web interface to kind of train future versions of the models. And so you can see, I don't have access to any information about you or your history or previous conversations. And so it really just boils down to which model you use. And so OpenAI and Anthropic or Claude and Google and all the various models have their own sort of privacy regulations. It's worth digging into the privacy policy and seeing what the standards are. But generally, what I use as a kind of general rule is if you're on any sort of free plan or you're using a tool in a browser and not via the API, for example, it's a pretty good assumption that at least some of your data is being used to either improve the output of the current model or train a future one. So you need to be a little careful if you're using proprietary data or client data, for example.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, great question. So the question was, I mentioned some books and things that I have read. I will say the singular call out in my talk was this co-intelligence book. It doesn't get too specific on, again, individual tools, but what it is really helpful for is he explores kind of more of the philosophical question of, like, what does work and life look like when you have this thing that just kind of can exist alongside you at any point. But another thing that I think is helpful to mention is that these tools are a little bit frustrating in the fact that they're brand new. None of them come with instruction manuals, and there are things that seem like they should be able to do them that they really struggle with, and there are very hard tasks that are very easy for the language model. So there's this kind of invisible border between the possible and the impossible, and that border shifts when you use ChatGPT versus Claude. For example, Claude is, in my opinion, quite good at writing. ChatGPT is much better at researching, but there's no sort of documentation of that anywhere. So really, it's just kind of getting into it and experimenting. And I try to just be constantly, I was telling Corey yesterday, if I don't get a task that ChatGPT or Claude or whatever fails on at least once or twice a week, I feel like I'm not, experimenting enough or pushing it hard enough. So for example, a couple weeks ago, my air conditioner wasn't working. And I was like, okay, ChatGPT, my thermostat's clicking on, my air conditioner's not working, like how should we debug this? And it was able to kind of walk me through some of the steps. I myself suggested that we turn the circuit breaker off before we proceed. So we did that. We did that to be safe. But yeah, right. But it was actually able to, draw me a diagram that looked like it was out of a textbook of like, here, if you take the front off your air conditioner, here's what it's probably going to look like. And from what you're telling me, it sounds like there's a fuse in the air conditioner that's just not working. It's blown. And so I went down and I pulled the cover off the air conditioner, and sure enough, it looked just like the diagram. And so I took a picture on my phone and said, okay, here it is. We've opened it up. Where am I looking? And it said, well, there's a little purple fuse up here in the top left of your image. Go pull it out and show me what it looks like. And sure enough, the fuse is blown. Went to the hardware store, got a new fuse, and put it back in, and it was great. So that is the kind of thing, like I said, that to me seems like a really hard problem that it didn't really struggle with at all, and I was kind of surprised. On the flip side, I can ask it to write me a blog post about a certain topic, and it will repeat itself 20 times over, and that to me seems like something it should be able to do. So just kind of constantly experimenting and trying to push the boundaries of what the tools can do. Because even the blessing and the curse is even when you feel like you have a good grasp on what these tools can do, the labs all release new models every 6 months. So it's like, well, there's a new, more powerful model or a less powerful but faster model that's good at some things and not others. And so it's a very rapidly shifting landscape. So that's why I recommend this book as kind of a sort of philosophical or like a framework for a way of thinking, but then really just diving into the tools and seeing what they can do. And that'll keep you plenty busy, I'm sure. Thanks. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes. Yeah, Ethan's great. I follow him on LinkedIn, and he has a Substack as well. One of his kind of recurring tests of the AI, and you can keep me honest on this. He's the otter on the plane, right? That's his thing. So very early on, when the image models started coming out, he decided the benchmark that he was going to use for every single image model was generate me an image of an otter on an airplane using the Wi-Fi. And so 2 years ago, the image was, you could kind of recognize that it was an otter. And now with like the video models that Google has released, it's actually a full motion video of an otter sitting there in first class typing on his laptop. And so it's really cool to see that kind of consistent benchmark like change over time as the models get better. But yeah, he is definitely on kind of the forefront of this and doing a lot of that experimentation himself. Yes, I believe so. Professor at Wharton. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he's someone good to have on your radar for sure. Yes. Sure. Yeah, it's a good question. So I think earlier this morning there was mention of MCP, the MCP server for WordPress, which is new. And I'm not going to go too deep into the technicality of what that is, but basically, if you understand what an API is and how an API enables software to interact with other software, there's this technology called MCP, which allows AI models to interact with other software. And so what they're working on is an MCP server for WordPress, which means if you're using a tool like ChatGPT, if you hook it up to your particular WordPress site via this Model Context Protocol, or MCP, it can take action on your WordPress site. So you can imagine a world where, for example, you're using ChatGPT to brainstorm about an article you want to write, you get to an outline, and right now what I have to do is copy that into WordPress, and then I can write from there. But if you had your WordPress connected to ChatGPT in this way, you could say, great, draft me a new post, put that outline in it, and then I'll go in there and finish writing in there. So I think that's a pretty promising technology there. I do like the tools for generating first drafts of alt text and things on images, which are pretty useful. Obviously, again, something you want to do a double check on because it does make mistakes for sure, or it's unclear. But that's a good one as well. And I think I saw one the other day that I'm interested in trying out that basically, if you've written a WordPress plugin, but you forgot to go through and include all of the internationalization sort of strings for translation and stuff like that, it basically goes through and reworks your plugin for you so that it then supports translations, which is great. So yeah, if you're interested in like specific tooling for a lot of the WordPress stuff, I can recommend Courtney and Evan's talk from this morning. If you go back and watch the recording there, they had like basically every category. Like here are tools for images, here's tools for content generation, here's tools for alt text, and they were all very WordPress focused. Cool. How we doing? All right. Still have time for a couple more if anybody has them. Otherwise, we can take a break outside. Yeah, in the middle here. Sure. So the question was, do you have any more specific advice to give about pricing if you're not doing hourly rates? I think generally, again, this is why I also recommend Jonathan Stark. He spent, I don't know, 10 or 15 years talking about this stuff probably. But generally what he recommends and how he tries to think about that is like, it's important to very early get into conversations with your clients about, what is kind of the value that they are getting out of this project. That gives you a lot more ways to anchor on what you can price for example. So, if you're building a site and it's like, cool, like we expect this to drive $100,000 in revenue in the next quarter, like it's relatively easy for you to feel confident quoting them, $10,000 for that build, for example. If you feel like on your end the math works out where you can make that happen profitably. But it really the whole pricing conversation again it gets complex and it's very nuanced. But there are definitely ways to again just like kind of start that conversation up front and go from there. Yeah, in the back there. Yes, we could try it if you like. I will admit that I was furiously typing into ChatGPT last night, asking it to predict all of your questions based on what it knew about my talk. So I was prepping last night, but we can see. So what I have here is I have the outline of my talk, and we'll go over. Actually, we'll run both ChatGPT and Claude. Do a new chat here. Here is an outline for a recent conference talk. It expected some of you to challenge me on isn't not pricing hourly, just pricing hourly while you have a secret hourly rate in your mind. And no one asked me that, so no. And I will admit that some of the questions that it covered, I then realized were good additions to the talk, and I went back and modified my slides to fit those. So it was a helpful exercise. Here's an outline for a recent conference talk. Can you answer an audience question about requesting more specific information on how to price engagements, if not hourly? So we'll see outline there. We'll see what this says. I don't think that exactly captures the gist of your question, but because I didn't have it listening in the background, it doesn't have all the context there. So, apparently I left the thinking model on, so it's going to do some thinking as well. Okay, can you give us something more concrete? How exactly should we price engagements? Not hourly doesn't make sense. Cool. So again, it gives us this little framework here, and it again asks you to decide, what outcome is it that you think you're on the hook for? What's the value on the client side? Think about what the model looks like, and then ways to kind of keep it from going off the rails, things like scope creep and stuff like that. So it gives you a couple different options down here, things you might want to try. And again, because it's relentless about giving me Chicago-specific examples all the time. So in this scenario, it imagines that I'm pitching a Chicago real estate brokerage, and gives me some actual numbers around what the outcome for the project that I'd be doing for them might be, and allows me to. It says, okay, the client's going to see all their money back in 6 months, and you avoid logging time, billing hourly, etc. So that's again, that's a good example of like just try and see sort of what the output is. And if we put this into Claude, it would give us a little bit of a different answer too. But yeah, cool, appreciate it. Time for maybe one more if we have one. Yeah, here in the middle. Sure. He was. So we ran into the difficulties of remote work because I came back to the U.S. and Manila is a 14-hour time difference. And so he's in school most of the day. He wanted to have daily stand-ups at what would have equated to 3 a.m. my time in Chicago. and I stay up late, but not that late. So we did, in a week, we got to a pretty solid working version of the game. I was going to include screenshots of that in the talk, but then I realized he was very concerned about keeping it confidential until we launched it, so I was probably shouldn't do that. But yeah, basically we were able to build what amounts to a hide and seek game where the seeker becomes like 3 times as large in the game, and the hiders are all really small. There's a bunch of stuff scattered around the map, and the seeker kind of has this dashboard on the left-hand side, and it says whether they are hot or cold based on the location of each of the hiders. And so they can wander around the map, and once they get the hider kind of in their screen and they're close enough, the hider is found, and they kind of just wander around the map and find all the hiders basically. And so I was very surprised. We only really had like 3 or 4 working days on it, and like when I say working days, I mean like a few hours each day. And we got to something that could theoretically like be shipped out into the world. He obviously had a laundry list of feature requests, and that goes back to the scope creep example we talked about earlier. But we're still working on it for sure. But yeah, the time zones are an issue. So thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
There we go. All right. How's everybody doing? Good? All right. Hey, hey. Oh, thank you all. I appreciate that. Don't make me blush up here. All right. Next talk is titled Partnering with Purpose: How to Build a Successful Partnership, presented by Jody Fiorenza. The session explores the key ingredients of a thriving partnership, offering actionable insights on communicating effectively, setting clear expectations, and fostering mutual growth. Everyone, give a warm welcome to Jody Fiorenza.
You did that great. My last name. It's sometimes confusing. Anyway, hello everyone. It is so nice to be here. It's been quite some time since I've actually been at a local WordCamp. Back in the day, I used to go to them a lot more frequently, but this has been great. So I'm thrilled to see you all. First of all, I had been part of organizing teams for WordCamp before, and I know how difficult it is. So I just want to send a big thank you to all the organizers, to all the volunteers. This is a really beautiful location. I truly love it. So congrats to all of you. And to you captioning, I'm sorry I don't know your name, but I've been watching. This is so fascinating to me. That work is absolutely incredible. It really blows my mind. So I want to start by saying that I am not a designer. So if you were here for any kind of visual presentation, I'm going to disappoint you greatly. I'm not a good slide maker. I did my best. So just bear with me on that. So let's get started. I want to tell you a little bit about where I came from and who I am, because I think that helps see the presentation through the lens that I look at partnerships with. And that's an important piece of this. This is a great picture from WordCamp US back in 2015, 2016, with some fellow colleagues at the time. I actually studied interpersonal communications and international studies in college, so communications to me was always something that I really loved. I started working in a sales job right after college. Believe it or not, I sold Yellow Page ads for Verizon. And I lost my job because the internet came along with online listings, and no one needed the phone book anymore. I took a little detour back into the music world for some time, and then I began my WordPress journey because MySpace was dying, and I needed to learn how to make websites. So I downloaded this thing called WordPress and something called GIMP, which was an open source Photoshop competitor. Remember, I was talking about this earlier. I would make these flyers. I'd literally use every effect that was available. Bevel, drop shadow, outline. They were horrendous, but at the time I thought it was the best thing ever. And then I started helping with the WordPress community, joining in some WordCamps, organizing some WordCamps. I worked at 2 agencies prior to my career right now. One of them is here, Web Dev Studios. I was there for 6 years doing business development for that amazing team. And I started at an agency that was called Yikes, that has recently retired. I'm very happy for them. They did such great work, but they have finally put the agency to rest and decided to roll out into retirement, but I started there. And now I'm at a company called Automatic, specifically WordPress VIP, which is a division of Automatic. And my job is Director of Agency Partnerships. So what I do is work with all of the web development agencies that are in our ecosystem that want to work with VIP. So I currently have about 80 partners in our partnership program. Now, this is what we know about partnerships, and I think that this is somewhat important. 73% of companies now align their partnership goals with their overall business strategy. This is signaling a shift towards greater executive buy-in. A substantial percentage of organizations derive between 30 to 60% of their revenue from partnerships. That is a huge chunk of revenue that we know that is coming from partnerships. Companies that incorporate partners into their sales strategy experience a higher close rate and larger deal sizes, proving that partnerships are a powerful competitive advantage. Now, I could probably talk about this topic, honestly, endlessly. There's so much to say. So some of what I'm going to be presenting today is more high level, but I am happy to dive in deeper with anyone at any time to talk about this more. I believe very passionately about the power of partnerships, especially when we're talking about an open source community like WordPress, where the ecosystem is so vast and is so large, it really leads to exponential growth and exponential opportunities. But beyond revenue, partnerships help companies de-risk growth by expanding their reach and market influence. Organizations with robust ecosystems are not solely dependent on direct sales, which is nice. This is a revenue pipeline that is not solely dependent on your work. They also leverage partner networks to scale faster, access new customer segments, and enhance product offerings. Those who invest in long-term partner relationships establish a sustainable revenue engine that fuels consistent success. Now, anybody here looking for a new revenue engine for their business? Just curious, yeah. Partnerships are truly one of the easiest and most rewarding ways to do this. Now, I'm going to make a wild assumption for this presentation, and I think that it's important to mention. We are going to be talking as if you have vetted companies and align with their values and going from that point forward, because there will be companies that approach you that you start to research or investigate and find, maybe I don't want to be particularly associated with this agency or this company. And I understand that we all have to make those personal decisions. But for the sake of this presentation, we're going to think as if we've done that work, we've done the legwork, the research, we've vetted the companies, and believe that we could be in business with this particular organization. I will say, though, I encourage you to do research on anybody that approaches you about a partnership and really dig in and find out if you could do business with that, with their particular morals, their values, their standpoint, all of that. That is very important. So it's a radical assumption that I'm making here. Okay, so let's talk about what we covered. Hey, do you recognize that face? That is Eddie. Eddie is actually one of my partners at 40Q. He is one of the partners that I get to work with on a regular basis. This was at a holiday party that we did for VIP, and so I love this. What we're going to cover today is the different types of partnerships that exist, what the key elements of a partnership actually are, and then a bit of a framework for going forward from this presentation. All of the photos you'll see in today's presentation are me with real-life partners. So what are the different type of partnerships? That agency in that picture is one called Fueled. They were formerly known as 10up, and some of my VIP colleagues in that picture as well. So these are some of the different type of relationships or partnerships that we're going to be talking about. Technology partnership. This is a tool, a service, a product that a company or an agency may be making, how you and whatever your business is wants to leverage the partnership with that particular tool and or service would be a technology partnership. So think, hey, you're an agency, I work at VIP. VIP very well can be considered a technology partnership in that particular situation because we offer a tool that you need for your customers. Agency partnerships. Agency partnerships are specifically when we're thinking about web development and or design agencies that create the website, the framework, the infrastructure that will utilize the technology that you've built with the technology partners. So you have agency partners, technology partners doing the tool. You also have referral and affiliate programs, which I'm sure many of you are already familiar with, meaning, hey, I have a customer that you may like. I'm going to send you this customer. Give me a percentage of whatever that customer pays you. That is a referral agreement, essentially. And then affiliate is, hey, I'm going to talk about your service. And when somebody comes to you and buys or utilizes your service, you're going to give me a percentage of that total back to me. So it becomes a revenue source. So for tech partnerships and agency partnerships, they could be a referral-based relationship. They could be an affiliate relationship, or they could just be, we're exchanging mutual business and we're all gonna win in the end. That's the beautiful thing about the ecosystem. And then I also mentioned community partnerships because, again, being in an open source community, this is such an important part of what we do. So leaning on your community to help refine, expand, accentuate the services that you offer is a big part of open source in general here. So we're going to start with a little bit of a definition. How do you define partnerships for your company? Before you even think, consider, or attempt to build some kind of partnership program out for your agency and or product and or service, the first question you need to ask yourself is, how am I defining partnerships for my company? Meaning, what do I want to bring into my business from these partnerships? What can I give back? What is the main objective of partnering with other organizations in order to better what I'm doing here? You have to know that answer for yourself. It is different for everyone. Some people are going to say, I want the revenue source. Some people are going to say, I want more exposure to a larger audience, so I'm leveraging these partnerships. Some people want the credibility that comes with working with organizations that might have a little bit more prestige or a little bit more experience, and that's important to you. But the first question to ask yourself is, what are partnerships going to bring me? What do I need? In other words, what problem am I trying to solve by building a partnership program for my agency and or business? Is it revenue? Is it credibility? Is it marketing? Is it pipeline? What's the issue that I need to solve for? Once you have that answer, and believe me, it's going to be personal for each of you, then you can start to look at what makes partnerships successful within your business. That's an agency called iMark out of Boston. 3 things. There are 3 pillars in every partnership. And by the way, these apply to any relationship that you have, not just partnerships in business. Trust. You have to be transparent. You have to be consistent. Collaboration. Sharing the load and holding each other accountable. A shared vision. I alluded to this before. Aligning your values, your goals, and your outcomes, and making sure they are the same. That is the way a partnership will work. So let's start with the planning phase here. The foundation. Any of you who live in Philadelphia, which is where I'm from, by the way, I forgot to mention that. I live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Know that gentleman in the photo. His name is Andrew. He has a company called Vast, and he is the best networker I have ever met in my entire life, single-handedly. If you want to learn how to network, talk to Andrew. He does it better than anyone. That man has infiltrated his agency into the entire federal government, and it was brilliant. He did such a good job. So the foundation. So we're defining the why. Again, I talked a little bit about this, but why are we partnering and what is it in both sides? Let's put this into context. I'm a development agency, and I have found, and let's say I'm small, 5 people, and I have found another agency that is 200 people. And I decide I want to partner with them because they need some augmentation work on certain projects. So they come to my small agency and they say, hey, we need some of your devs. We need some of your developers, some of your engineers to come work on projects just to get us through this busy spot right now. So the first question is, do you have the availability? Do you have engineers available that you can give to this large organization? How is it going to benefit you? If your engineers go work for another agency, there's some risks there, right? Like they may see how another agency works. They may see different price points about how people get paid. They may see different things. Are you willing to take that risk? Or can you flip it and say, imagine what my engineers are going to learn by going to work with this agency that's a couple hundred people. They may learn different ways to do project management. They may learn different ways to do deployment. They could use this as a source of education if needed. These are the questions you have to be thinking about before you kind of enter into that relationship. And I will keep saying it until I'm a broken record, aligning your values and outcomes. Because if I'm an agency that feels very comfortable taking on projects like, let's say let's just use like a vape shop as an example. I'm an agency and I'm comfortable working on vape websites. Not all agencies are, right? There are some agencies who say that's a boundary for us. We would prefer not to have our team exposed to things that maybe we're uncomfortable with. These are really the questions you need to start thinking about. If another agency wants to leverage you to do work, what is the project? What vertical is it in? Who am I going to be associated with? Who am I working with? Am I comfortable allowing my team to be part of that? Communication. This is the most vital element. By the way, I am like Italian American, and all I want to do is walk and talk. This is so hard to be still. I am struggling so much. Okay, so communication, which is really, really important. This is an agency called True Knowledge, based out of Canada, right there. That picture was taken in London. They're fantastic. Communication is life, right? Communication is oxygen, and that is part of what we call the automatic creed. Establishing a regular cadence. Web Dev and I talk, once a month? 40Q and I talk once every 2 weeks, right? It's different with every agency because it depends on what that agency wants to handle in terms of volume. But those check-ins are very, very specific because we want to get on the phone and talk about what do you have going on? What do I have going on? What are you doing for marketing? What are we doing for marketing? What opportunities do you have right now? Where can I help? What enablement do you need? What training do you need? I'm going to talk about those things a little bit more. But I have an outline or an agenda that I like to follow on a lot of those calls. But having regular checkpoints does something very important. It helps to build and establish the relationship with whoever you're partnering with. Setting expectations around roles, response times, and feedback loops. I work for a global company. We are async, which means if I message my colleague who's in Ireland and he doesn't respond for 12 hours, that is normal. I am from Philadelphia, a Gemini, and the youngest of 4 girls. If I don't get an answer in 3 seconds, I panic. That's just the truth. So somebody needs to tell me when we're establishing a communication routine or we're establishing communication up front. This is how I like to be communicated with. These are my general response times. This is how I'm going to respond to you, and you have to respect it. I once saw this email signature that says, and I'm paraphrasing, but basically it said, I work for a global company. I'm sending this email at a time that is convenient for me. I recognize it may not be convenient for you. Respond when you can. And that is the attitude that you need to be taking when you're working with different agencies and or organizations. Understanding how they are going to communicate with you. Understanding roles. For every project that you do, there's going to be somebody who's kind of the lead, somebody who's spearheading the project management of maybe the project, somebody who's responsible for the individual things that you'll be assigning them. Know who that person is so that when you have a question, you can direct it to the right person. And then building internal champions on both sides. This is crucial. Partnerships only work if each team in that partnership has somebody at the executive level saying, I believe in that partnership, it will work. If you believe in it and your bosses don't, forget it. You are not going to get very far. Having executive buy-in on both sides is what helps propel those partnerships forward. Then finally, activation. This is IT Monks and Side. Side is based in Germany, IT Monks based in Poland, also great partners. They'd be so happy to know I was shouting them all out today. Activating. So we talked about setting the foundation. We talked about communication. Let's talk about activation. This is where partnerships get stuck the most. You do all this work, you do all this planning, and then it's like, then what? What is next? How do I actually move this forward? There's a couple things you want to be doing. Pipeline collaboration. Has anyone ever heard of a tool called Crossbeam? No? Okay, I'm about to change your life if you're interested in getting into partnerships. Crossbeam is a tool where you can take your CRM and link it with your partner's CRM. So VIP Salesforce and 40Q Salesforce, they can talk. And now I can see all of our overlapping prospects, our overlapping customers, and our overlapping leads. This is huge. This is where you start to think about targeted accounts that you want to work on together. Marketing integration. What kind of joint campaigns can we do? What kind of LinkedIn campaigns can we do together? Can we do email outreach, outbounding together where we ping pong? You send one email one week, the next week we'll send an email. Let's hit this from a bunch of different angles from both agencies to bring together that comprehensive message. Enablement. Your partner is only going to be able to talk about you if they know what you do. So you need to be able to train them, just like you would train an employee, on what you do. And that includes, it might be online training, it might be one-pagers, it might be decks, whatever you could get that partner, because now they are an extension of you. And then finally, tracking success. You've done this work. You need metrics, I'm going to talk about these in a second, to learn and understand if what you're doing is working. So now we have the plan in place, right? We're communicating, we're activating, we're doing account mapping, we have marketing ideas. Everything, this foundation, this plan is in place. Let's build it. I throw this into every single WordCamp talk I do. If any of you have ever read The 4 Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz, I'm not going to read these for you. You can read them on your own. The reason that I do this is because I think there is no better sales training, partnership training, project management training than these 4 things. At its core, it's be impeccable with your word. Don't take anything personally. Don't make assumptions. And always do your best. These are the 4 pillars that I try to live by. It is slightly unrelated, but I feel the need to put it in every presentation because it is truly what I try to base everything I do off of. So here is my framework that I use for partnerships. And I kind of just went through this with you. Planning, engagement, growing, and measurement. Planning, engagement, grow, measure. Plan, engage, grow, measure. This is the framework that I use for every partnership I enter into. And I do tech partnerships, agency partnerships, something called GSIs, Global Systems Integrators, which is like Accenture, like the big guys like that. I manage all those partnerships. It is all the same framework. Even for small to mid-market agencies, it is the same framework. So how do I break these down? What goes into all of those things? We talked about it a little bit. Let's get in a little bit deeper. Account mapping, targeting accounts, 3 to 5 is the best place to start. Here are our 3 to 5 prioritized accounts that we're going to go after together. What role is your partner bringing to this equation? If you're an agency and you partner with a tech partnership, what are they bringing to these 3-5 accounts? Be specific. Are they the one who has the contact? Are they the one doing the marketing? Are they the one that's going to pay when you go to have a meeting with this customer? Get super specific as to what each person will be doing. Account intel. Who do we know? Who do you know? Who are the key players and the stakeholders? If you have an account, let's say we wanted to go after Montclair State University as a new customer. You would go, because we were talking about this earlier, you would go to their website and you would say, okay, here's everybody in the marketing department. Here's everybody in the technology department. I need the CMO. I need the CTO. I need those specific names, titles. I need that contact information. Also, partner, who's responsible for getting that and writing that down? One of us needs to own that. Let's get the contact information to start. And then, what are our joint activities? Who's scheduling the meetings? Who's putting the agenda together? Who's organizing the demos? Hey, should we do an event? Let's do an event in North Jersey and invite everybody from Montclair State University to come. And at the same time, let's run a LinkedIn campaign specifically targeted to everybody in this zip code to start getting them interested. These are the types of things that we're doing in partnership to plan. Now we want to engage. So we have the partner on board, we have an account strategy in motion, we got to get them trained, we got to onboard them. They need training, they need enablement. We also need a joint value statement. So I'm this and you're this, together, what are we? And what are we bringing to this customer? If I'm an agency, and let's say the partnership that I want to activate with is an event calendar, and Montclair State University is my customer, what would I want to do? I'd want to build a demo site for the theater that we are here right by, right? Showing them how the event calendar can display all of the upcoming shows and how they could do ticket sales and all these great things. So now I've brought all these pieces together for this customer. You need a partner toolkit. That's the one sheets, the demos, all of those things. Internal alignment. Who's our champion on both sides? Actually, all three sides. Who's the champion at the customer? Who's the champion at our agency, and who's the champion at the partner agency? Create shared Slack channels, regular check-ins. I know I reiterate a lot, but I really want to make sure some of this gets home. And then finally, you're growing. Go-to-market planning. This is what I'm talking about. We run an event. We run a LinkedIn campaign. We do an outbound email strategy together, all in North Jersey in this one zip code to start getting the attention of people at Montclair State University. This is a joint messaging. Hey, we have this great product. We build websites, and with this event calendar, we can do all of these really cool things. Do we have a case study that has demonstrated the work that we're talking about together? As you build the partnership, you'll start to have mutual work. Write those case studies, get the testimonials. I'm gonna take a step back there for a moment. When you start with a new customer, and this is gonna hold true for anything, not just partnerships, make sure in your contracts you have asked, can I do a testimonial? Can I do a case? Like right from the gate, get the permission. Start writing the case study the day the contract is signed. You want that case study to be the entire process, not just the end result. Continue doing training with your partner and continuing tracking your success. Here's the takeaways. First call with a new interested partner. You've vetted them, you've done the work, you know this is a person I want to do business with. This is what that meeting looks like. Welcome and introductions. Everybody kind of says what they're doing. Set the context. Why this partnership? By the way, you know this answer now because you know why you want partnerships for your business. You've vetted this partner and you know what they're going to bring to the table for you and what you can offer them. So you are asking the question, why this partnership, and explain your reasoning. Understand their perspective. What's their business overview? Tell me, you want to hear about the company, their strengths, their value proposition. Who is their target market and their focus? Again, making sure it's aligning with what you want. Are they going after state universities? Because if they are, boom, that's exactly what we needed to hear. And then discuss your objectives and expectations. What are the main objectives in this partnership? How are you going to measure success? And then get aligned on your sales process. This is who's leading the charge, who's creating the demos, who's doing the proposal, how much are each of us going to contribute to this? Hold each other accountable. Here's your metrics. These are the things you want to measure to understand if those partnerships become successful. What is your partner lifetime value? Meaning, you've invested X amount of hours, you've won this many projects with this particular partner, there's an equation, that's my value of that partner. What does our new business pipeline look like for the year? How much do we have in net new revenue from this partner sitting in the pipeline right now? What's our expansion pipeline? We've done all this work. We have mutual customers now. Are we looking at expansion opportunities with this partner for our mutual customers? What does that pipeline look like? Influence revenue. I got to take a step back on that one. This is the hardest thing to calculate. It's nearly impossible, and I wish I had a magic answer for you. What does influenced revenue mean? Influenced revenue is, I've done such a great job of building up this relationship with 40Q, let's say, right? Eddie's at a party one night. He meets this person and he says, hey, you should check out VIP. And then 2 weeks later, we get an inbound lead from somebody who was like, I talked to some guy at a party, maybe Eddie, and I'm interested in VIP. Now that's influenced revenue because one of our partners was like in the actual real world, mentioned us to somebody, and now they're coming in as business. Impossible to track, but it's so important because even when your partners are not necessarily working, they're working for you, and that's crucial. Partner satisfaction. I want to make sure that the partners I'm working with are happy, because if they're not happy, the relationship isn't working. So you have to be able to look at partner satisfaction as a metric that's important. And then marketing activities. Is my partner placing ads for us? Is my partner doing events and mentioning us? Is our logo displayed on their website? Are we in their proposals? Are they thinking about us regularly? This is something we want to consider. So we want to make sure that the marketing activities are taken into account. The key takeaways: plan, purposeful partnerships equal long-term growth. Engage, set your clear expectations early. Grow with sales, marketing, enablement, and then measure. Is it working? This is something else I put in a lot of the talks that I do because, I don't know, I think I'm very much about the humanity in what we do, even though we work in tech, and I never want to lose that. So I talk about these things because I think that they are important and they apply to any role. These are two of my dogs. I have a zoo. And a lot of houseplants. Yeah, I have like over 100 plants and 3 dogs, 2 cats, a snake, a fish tank. We got a zoo. And kids, and yeah, it's all kinds of stuff. That's Frankie and Chili Dog. Chili Dog's the greatest name. Benjamin Franklin, Philadelphia. Anyway, what I found to be true. Relationships are everything. I would not be in this business if I didn't believe that. They are the cornerstone of everything that we do in any role. Your team is a reflection of you. That is true, and this is especially true in partnerships. Your partners that you bring into your ecosystem will reflect your values, mission, and at all times. So be sure that the ones that you are bringing in are the same as your beliefs. Your online world is important. What you put on LinkedIn, all of those things that you are sharing, it becomes important in a tech world. You are never too big, famous, good, or talented to do anything. I've been in this industry for a lot of years. I'm still lugging boxes. I'm still setting up at events. We all need to be so connected to every level of the work that we do in order to do it well. I believe that so sincerely. Passion is important, but determination is what will propel you forward. Motivation is very fleeting. Having a routine and being determined will get you through everything. You'll get very tired. It's okay. Get some rest, because taking care of yourself is essential. Never, ever, ever, ever stop learning. Keep coming back to WordCamps. Lean on your peers. And thank you for your time today. This is how you can find me and get in touch with me. I would love to continue conversations with all of you. At any time, you could find me on LinkedIn with that name. It's pretty easy. And feel free to use my email and reach out with anything. I'd love to answer questions now if you have some. Yes, Jeff. Yeah, I have horror stories. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I have so many. Listen, I love my partners. I do. This is exactly where the research comes in. I think I have some of the best partners in the industry, and I stand by that wholeheartedly. But I have seen some stuff. We had an agency that came to us not too long ago. By the way, Automatic, if you know anything about the company that I work for, you know that our security is impeccable. I mean, I have screen protectors on everything. Like my laptop is locked down. It is truly, security is one of the things that is most important to us. So if I'm vetting somebody, one of the requirements is that they be on video. Like that's an important thing. Like when I'm on a call with them, I have to see them, see their surroundings. It's very important. 3 video calls with an agency. 3 there, like in a room, people, humans, like all this stuff. I saw business plans, I saw everything. We signed them. We were in the process, we did not get far, in the process of spinning up a new environment for them, and found out that they were basically going to every hosting company, spinning up sites, racking up a bunch of payments really quickly and bailing as like a scam to make money. And our review team caught it after the contract was signed with like in 30 seconds. And to this day, I think about it all the time because I talked to them, I found their website, I found testimonials, I found case studies. Everything was fake, and there would have been no way for me to know. I also had an agency once, instead of using lorem ipsum, put up a whole bunch of like inappropriate language on a test site that was living near us, and I had to like deal with that. So like things like that. I've had agencies that were interested in joining our program who maybe had one too many drinks, and then things start coming out that aren't really great at public events, and I've had to say, I'm sorry, I can't work with you because of X, Y, and Z. So yeah, it happens all the time, which is, again, back to the vetting, why it's pretty crucial. But I will say for the most part, like 99% of the agencies I engage with are top-notch. Yes. Correct. It's a great question. The question was basically partnerships lives between sales and marketing, and how do you facilitate the different needs of those very different business units? So as a partnerships team, we do fall under our sales org because we are a revenue source, meaning net new closed won revenue from partners. That means revenue coming from partners that we close as a company is one of the things that we measure constantly, and one of the things that determines the success of my department and what we're doing. So in order to do my job successfully, I don't only need help from marketing, I need it from solutions engineering, I need it from product, I need it from our analytics team, I need it from every other team. And I think of myself often as like a den mother, trying to keep everybody in alignment and agreement. But the reality is that you have to prioritize what you're asking for and who you're asking for, meaning the partners that generate the most revenue are gonna get things done faster. That is just the reality of how things work in partnership world. But we're not just talking about net new revenue, talking about all those metrics I discussed earlier, influence revenue, expansion revenue, current customers. I'm looking at all of those things. The partners who invested in the relationship and have those, like web dev has those things in motion. We have a lot of current customers. We have an even revenue stream going back and forth that I think is really vital and very important. So if Laura comes to me and says, I need this, I'm like, stop everything. Hey, marketing, I need you to push aside those other 3 things that I asked for because I need this to get done, because she is an RFP. A real life example, an RFP that needs to go out tomorrow, so I need you to do this, right? So to answer your question, it is like a big matrix of things where I'm saying deprioritize here, prioritize here. If you do this for me, marketing, I'm gonna get you a case study for my partner over here on the customer that you've been asking me for a month for. And I'm constantly moving these pieces around to make sure that I could get to the highest priority issues as quickly as possible. It is not a perfect science. Sometimes I fall because I didn't get something quick enough. That's the other reality where I have to just accept that. But in my head at all times is a giant puzzle of who I'm going towards or what I'm asking and what I need. And can I honestly give something in return to kind of move the needle along? So like I have a list of content that I know partners have wanted to create. that have wanted to create for us at VIP, right? Just this whole list of stuff. We don't have the bandwidth to get to everything. But when I go to marketing and have a big ask, and I'll say like, hey, maybe I could get you this thing if you can help me with this. Or if I go to sales, I'll tell you one of the biggest challenges I have is getting salespeople and account executives excited about a deal that they know is maybe in the early stages. So I spend a lot of time saying like, here's a perfect example. If I'm going to make up numbers for the sake of this example, I have a partner that did, let's say, $100,000 in revenue in 2024. And I'll say to the account executive, so this partner brought us X amount of revenue. If you had a customer that was going to bring X amount of revenue, wouldn't you stop everything? Like buy them dinner, buy them a present. You'd probably find out when their kids' birthdays was and like send presents. You're in sales, like that's what you do. So I need you to look at this partner, even though it may have been multiple deals, I need you to look at this partner like you look at that customer and treat them the same way. Build the relationship the same way. Invest in this relationship the same way, because you're gonna get to your numbers a lot quicker if you do that. And I have that conversation a lot. But it really is just like a big puzzle of what I have to prioritize, what needs to be deprioritized, and also looking at where partners are engaging and where I'm able to engage back. Because I can't also do everything that a partner wants. If Eddie came to me tomorrow and said, I want to do an event in Argentina, that market is maybe not a priority this month. So I'm sorry, Eddie. Sorry, so I might have to say, listen, we need to put that into Q4 because right now we're not focused on Argentina, we're focused on this. So another way to look at that question is to say, I need to be very clear on what marketing's objectives are for that time of year or for that quarter so that anything I'm bringing them aligns with what they need to do, because I know that that's what's gonna get done the quickest. That's another part of this. And also looking at sales folks like, hey, you're $50,000 short of your goal. Come, let's go talk to partners right now and figure out how to make that up for you because they have business that they need too. So like, I'm gonna bring you onto these calls and we're gonna figure that out. But it does often feel like a big game sometimes where I'm just like moving all these pieces. Does that answer the question? Any other questions that I can answer for y'all? No? Guys, I love to talk. I swear. All right, anyway, thank you. It has been a pleasure speaking with all of you today. Please get in touch, especially if you're an agency. I have many avenues we could explore, small, medium, and large size agencies. I'd love to talk to you more. Just find me, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And enjoy the rest of your WordCamp.
the WordPress website, presented by the legendary Laura Byrne. In this session, we'll explore 4 must-have plugins that streamline content creation, enhance design, and boost audience engagement. They include Yoast, Stackable, Gravity Forms, and Newsletter. Everyone give a warm welcome to Laura Byrne.
Thank you, Caleb. Let's see if I can. There we go. Try not to break the tech. Okay, so a little introduction about me. My name is Laura Byrne. I am primarily a content creator. I have been writing content for the web since I won the prize at my job of circa a 25-year-old, where they said, "You're the young person at work. Can you figure out this newfangled website thingamabobby? It's your job." I was an English and Spanish major. So there I went. First started off dabbling in Microsoft Front Page, if anybody remembers that. Puddled around with Dreamweaver a bit. And then in January of 2006, one of my friends was doing a fan website for this book that she just read and said, "Hey, I built this in this new thing called WordPress. You want to help me with this website?" And I said, "Yeah, all right, I'd like to learn it because this front page thing is killing me." So she and I embarked on a blogging journey for what was then a little-known book. Perhaps you all have heard of it. It's called Twilight. And Lori and I accidentally created the most viral Twilight website on the internet, at which point I learned WordPress and WordPress deeply, and a lot of things that went along with WordPress, and parlayed that into a secondary career that was centric around WordPress. A lot of it is content creation. I've created content for well over 100 WordPress websites in a variety of editing experiences, classic editor, block editor, pick a page builder. I have probably created content in it with one notable exception. I've never created content in Beaver Builder. That wasn't by choice, it's just really dumb luck. It just never came up. But anyway, that's a little bit of my background with WordPress and creating content. And then also, incidentally, for a lot of my life, I have been involved in nonprofits, and I understand that if you're in a nonprofit or you're at a small business, there is not a single day that you just do whatever the job description said. You're doing a million things. So like if you're the website person, you're also possibly handling a plumbing emergency. You know, you're doing everything, and we've all been there. So I understand how valuable your time is as a content creator if you are a volunteer, you know, or you have a family business, or, you know, whatever it is. Sometimes it's like, hi, I am the marketing department. So what my talk about is today is how this can make your job easier. Just some tools that I have found that really extend your time. And you can pretty much find me everywhere on the web at New Yorker Laura. I am currently an account manager at Web Dev Studios. You can see I'm wearing their sweatshirt. That's what I am at my day job, but I'm New Yorker Laura on all social media, and you can also find me on newyorkerlaura.com, and that's where my slides will be up later. Okay, so what's taking center stage today? You will see that I will be using a variety of theater metaphors as we go along, because I am, in fact, that drama kid. Also, I am a 20-year board member at Montclair's own Studio Playhouse, located right down there on Valley Road, and I am, in fact, their webmaster, so I am using them in my examples later on. So lots of theater metaphors coming your way. So we're going to be talking about a variety of content-centric plugins, all of which will work on block editor, classic editor, and page builders, with one slight exception on the page builders, and I'll get to that when we get there. Letting you know it's not an exhaustive list. I know sometimes people have very strong feelings about different additional blocks onto WordPress. I have tested a lot of them. I'm giving you my recommendation for my personal favorite. That is not to say that others are junk. I am just telling you what I like the best and why. So no knock on anybody else's product. A lot of the items that I will be showcasing are free. Yay, free is great. Some of them do have paid extensions, as these things go. If free gets you what you need, fantastic. If you need more functionality, The paid versions of things that I am talking about, I think if you added them all up, you'd get to like a whopping $125. So they're not super expensive on a yearly cost. And there were lots of other non-content centric plugins that I love. They're just not the focus of today's talk, but if you would like to hear my opinion on a variety of like caching plugins or something like that, feel free to ask me after. It's just not the focus of where I'm going today. All right, so let's get started. First plugin I want to talk about is by my friends at Yoast. I am not paid by Yoast to come out and be their cheerleader, but I am in fact a cheerleader. I really love the plugin. There are a variety of SEO plugins out there on the market. I've used a lot of them. In my personal opinion, Yoast has the best product, and I'm going to tell you why, and there are two reasons for it. Number one, there is the most famous plugin that Yoast does. It's kind of the one that everybody thinks about, which is Yoast SEO, which does exactly what you think it does. It helps you with your SEO. You put it in, and it works like a traffic light. Red light, yellow light, green light. Red light, you need some work on the page. Gold light, not so bad. Green light, yes, you've done it. So it's a great, helpful item. They also have, when you work on some of the paid models, one of my favorite aspects of their paid model is something called the internal linking tool, which it instantaneously lets you know related content. It gives you suggestions because SEO is helped to be built by linking within your website, and it will make recommendations for you, particularly if you have a vast blog catalog, what is the most relevant thing to link to. So that's one of the reasons I like Yoast SEO. Another reason I like Yoast SEO, if you have a local brick and mortar business, they also have a paid add-on that is for local brick and mortar businesses that helps you with that local in your neighboring zip codes SEO, and that's something we've definitely used with the Studio Playhouse website, and has really helped us for things like cast announcements, shows going out, things like that, really getting the word out. And if you know Montclair, there are something like 65 arts organizations in Montclair. Trying to get your news heard when you are competing with 69 other things in the same zip code is quite the trick. Two additional features I want to highlight off of Yoast that a lot of people don't know about. Raise of hands here. How many people are currently using the block editor as your interface? Okay, cool. Probably about third or quarter of the room, I'd say. One of the things when you install the Yoast plugin, and many people don't know this, because when you install a plugin and it comes with blocks, it'll come into your block catalog, but they tend to do them in alphabetical order. And in case you haven't noticed, Yoast begins with Y. So those additional blocks are all the way down the bottom of your smorgasbord list. You might not have noticed they are there. They have two that are really cool, and they're kind of related. One is an FAQ block plugin, and not plugin, sorry, FAQ block and a how-to block. Now, a lot of times people will use things like accordions to do an FAQ block. The problem is that the schema on them is not always done correctly, so what happens is what's hidden in your accordion, you don't get an SEO crawl on it. If you use the Yoast FAQ block, it is set up correctly. So if you are using an FAQ on your page, first of all, I'm not saying it's always wrong if you're using an accordion. It's something to check out. But the Yoast ones are right out the box. So nice featurette. Same thing on their how-to blocks. Same thing, like we're going like step-by-step directions kind of thing, do this, then that, and like indented bullet pointed lists. Again, sometimes the schema is wrong in those things when people try to do those by hand. The Yoast block gets it right out of the box. So two really cool things to check out. Next one up is a plugin that people don't know about, and it's called Yoast Duplicate Post. It's free, yay. It's also, in my personal opinion, misnamed. It should be called Duplicate Page/Post because it's just got the wrong name on it. So what it lets you do, and here's what's really cool about it, it lets you clone an exact copy of an existing page or post. You can then do one of two things with it. If you have a page and you just like love the layout, you worked on it, you really got it good, and then you kind of want to use it as like a template for another page as a starting point, you can do that. You can clone that page, you can then change the slug, and then you can kind of replace your items, do what you want to do, right? It's a nice jumping off point. Number two, the other thing you can use it for, and this is what I use it for, is you can clone your page. Now this is like an evergreen page, okay? So for example, let me talk about Studio Playhouse here. Something like our season. As you can imagine, our season changes every season. So here's what happens. We're doing a social media rollout of like, this is the next show, and then the next show, and like we're on Instagram, and we're on TikTok, and all the places, and we're building excitement. My social media manager is having lots of fun, and I'm on an airplane. I can't change this, I'm on a plane. So what Yoast Duplicate Post lets you do, it lets you duplicate the page as it exists now. It lets you revise all the content on it. You keep the same slug, you revise all your content, and then it tells you when to republish the page using the new content. It keeps the slug, the SEO is still good, you're just revising the page. It's very similar to a plugin that was called Revisionary that was out a couple of years ago, but the Yoast folks have it. The SEO is still good on it. So what it does is if you have evergreen content, you can say 2 weeks from now, update this evergreen content to something else. You don't have to be sitting at the keyboard to pull the trigger. And it is functional on either a post or a page. Like I said, I don't know why they called it duplicate post. They named it the wrong thing. There's also a couple new things I noticed with it. Full disclosure, I've not checked it out yet. Apparently they just added a bulk actions feature to it where you can do like lots of pages. I have not checked that out yet, but apparently there's some bulk feature you can do. So it's there, be curious yourself. And there's lots of cool like permissions control you can do on it. Like if you don't want everybody doing this, you can set controls as to like who does what, right? Alrighty, let's talk about the next one. The next item I want to talk about is Stackable. So I really love the native block editor, Gutenberg block editor. And after I go through each plugin overview, I'm going to flip over to the Studio Player's website so you can kind of see all this under the hood and how it's all going to work. But I love the block editor. It saves me time. It's got a drag-drop interface. I can be so much more creative. Back in the days of classic editor, I will tell you, I spent so much time trying to align images, going, all right, right align. Nope, that's in the wrong place. Kick it down a little bit. Nope, still in the wrong place. One more time. Third time's the charm. Block editor, I can get it right the first time. I can quickly drag, drop, fix it. I can do things with columns. I can do all sorts of really cool, amazing things that I could never do before or would do badly. But now the native block editor lets you do all that. Well, here's the thing. As much as I love that native block editor, it does come with limitations. And Stackable helps me overcome those limitations, I should say. It's a third-party block plugin, and it comes with a cadre of, I don't know, about 40-odd blocks that it comes with. Some of them are features that you will not find in core WordPress blocks. For example, carousels or sliders. How many people need a carousel or a slider on your page? Doesn't come in core WordPress. Stackable's got one. How many people like really fun charts and graphs, like pie charts and what do you call those? Bar graphs, things like that. That's not in core. Stackable's got it. Also, extensions, and the single most valuable block they have that I use is the posts lists block. They are better than what is core and any other block out there. And I'll show you why. I get amazing control on saying what kind of posts I want to go where based on tags and or categories. Nobody's got that. I can design really cool backgrounds in them. I can do overlays. I can do all kinds of things. I am, just like Jody, I am not a designer. I know what looks good, for the love of God. Don't ask me to do it. That's not gonna happen really well. But they give you these layouts that I'm like, yep, apply my brand colors. Yep, that's what I'm looking for. Even things like opacity over the top of an image. You want like a nice little overlay. I don't know where to start. Do I start at 25%? Do I start at 50%? I don't know where to start. They've taken that guesswork out, so I've got a good jumping off point, which is awesome. So it lets me look like a designer when in fact I assure you I am not. So it helps make me look really, really good. Okay, the next one I want to talk about is one that probably a lot of us have used. A lot of us hopefully are not hard coding forms. I heard a previous speaker talking earlier about how somebody had hard coded their site entirely in PHP. I feel that pain. One site that I was managing one point, for reasons best known to them, they hard coded their form. It was a nightmare every time somebody tried to update anything. So there's lots of different form builders out there. Again, I'm not here to knock anyone else's form builder, but I feel like Gravity Forms is the easiest, the most intuitive. It does come with a license. I think it's like $50 a year. It is worth every penny. And it does a lot of things, aside from just like your standard, name, email, address, contact, let me get back to you. It has a lot of other really cool things. Now with its latest incarnation, it's all drag drop. You can move around the fields on the forms really, really easily. You can duplicate fields really easily. Conditional logic is my friend. God, do I love conditional logic. I can work with my contact form, and if it's a box office question, it goes to the box office people. If it's a general question, it goes to me. If it's an usher question, it goes to the usher manager. I don't have to be the sole source figuring out where every inquiry went. It also has really cool things, such as we are now apparently on a spam list from all over the place, and I have tried to fix this 10 different times. I finally came up with a cool way with conditional logic, and I'll show you how I managed it to fight the bots when we get there. Other things that we use Gravity Forms that I love it for, that people don't think about all the time, we use it for audition signups and submissions, again, kind of like your name, address, all that kind of thing. Upload your headshot ahead of time. Upload a link to a video audition piece, something like that if we have that. Check off on our photo policy. Like, there's all kinds of things you can do at Gravity Forms that our stage managers don't have to do anymore. We've got all the form submission going on at the very beginning. It saves a lot of work for us. Other things we also do, standard volunteer intake. We also use it for things like quick payments. You don't need to go out to something like WooCommerce, no knock against WooCommerce, but we have yearly memberships, as you can imagine. It's just a Gravity form. It's a simple Gravity form with Stripe hooked up to it. And it's really easy just to do our yearly memberships on it and workflow emails coming out of that. It's nice and simple. Notifications go to a variety of people, from our finance person to our membership manager. It makes it nice and easy. So the next one and the last one I want to talk about is a plugin that has a gift for the obvious as what it does in its name. It is called the newsletter. Like many of you, how many people out here, when you needed a newsletter, you started on Constant Contact? How many people started on MailChimp? I started on MailChimp. I was an early adopter. Remember when they gave you 10,000 free contacts on MailChimp, and then they cut you off at the knees and limited those to 2,000? Yeah. it rapidly became not possible to pay for this any longer with a nonprofit. Even with the nonprofit rate, we were going broke on MailChimp. I was like, there has got to be a better way of doing this. So we found a really cool WordPress plugin called the Newsletter. And it lets me create, shocker, a newsletter right in WordPress. I can feature posts, pages. I can organically put anything, just, new content myself. Lots of great call to action buttons. It can interface. You can either use lots of different mail services can interface with it. I personally am using Mailgun for it, but there's lots of different options with it. And free gets you really far with it. In fact, I can get by mostly with free. I just liked it so much that the paid version was only $69 a year. And I was like, you know what? I just want to thank these guys who made this plugin. We were paying something like $125 a month on MailChimp. I was like, I'll pay these guys $69 for a year just to say thank you. And I don't even need the pro version, but I just want to say thank you. So really great plugin, and I'll love to demo it for you. Okay, so give me a minute here as I'm going to flip over to the back end of the Studio Players website. We're going to take a little peek behind the curtain and see these plugins in action. If you want to play around with any of these plugins, I think a couple of people have highlighted this website earlier. It's at wordpress.org/playground. And basically what it does is it just spins you up a really quick temporary WordPress site. I think you have access to it for like 12 hours, something like that. And you can load up a plugin and say, wonder what this does, and see what it does. Obviously, it would be a free version, but you can load a plugin in there and just kind of test it out and decide, is this thing for me? So anything that I'm showing off here, if you want to check it out, this is the perfect place where you can, in fact, check that out. So give me 1 second as I switch over here. Okay. So if you're in the Montclair area, come meet us, come sign up for a show. Great performing arts. I'm sure you'll love our season. But let's talk about some things here. All right, so like I said, I am not a designer. If I just scroll down my homepage here, thank you to Canva for helping me make my overview here, my hero here. But as I come down here, these 3 blocks going across here, this is a list block out of Stackable, and when we get under the hood here, I'll show you a little more how this works. Come down a little more. This block here, which is a 50-50 block with a nice gray background on this, this is also provided by Stackable. Come down a little more. I am here to tell you I could never have done this block without Stackable. My container has a nice background. It has a rounded edge on the corner. I roll over it. You can see I have a nice little bit of a motion that it, attracts the eye. If you take a look again, the bottom end pops up a little bit that says tickets. A lot going on here. It's nice. It's not overkill. It's just some nice features. I could never have done this in WordPress core. I would have had to have hired somebody to do this for me. Free out of Stackable. Took me 10 minutes to figure out how to do it. Pretty awesome. So let me just log into this page and I'll show you a little bit about what's going on here. In particular, I want to take a look at what's going on right here, which is what I said is the Stackable most recent posts block. It gives me so many options on what to do. There are a myriad of different layout styles that I can put these posts in. You don't get that in WordPress core. You can decide how many columns, border radiuses, shadows, all kinds of things, the order of my content. I get to decide how much I want to show off here. Featured image, I didn't really care about the category. You want to show a category? You can show a category. We didn't want to. Lots and lots of options at my fingertips as to what I want to show here. What I'm feeding here on my front page, these are just posts. The posts from the front page are things that I have assigned the category of featured to. Anything that's featured appears on the front page. I've also assigned it that I only want it to show off the most 3 recent posts. You can even do more granular control than you want. If you wanted to skip a specific post for a reason, you can input a post ID and say, don't display this one. There's lots of different things you can do. Maybe? Yeah, ask me after, maybe. Ask me after. But to give you ideas on like other areas where I'm doing it, same concept here. Let me go over to another page. Another place that I'm doing this over on is over here on my auditions page. Come down here. I'm just showing the posts that I have labeled as audition. Same concept coming up over here. If I go to my DEI page, I am just labeling the posts that are germane to the DEI committee, and you can see I've gone for a different layout over here, and you can play around. There's other things about Stackable, giving you another idea of just, again, I'm not a designer, but I'd like to look a little better. Things like our board of directors. I couldn't create this layout. There's no way I could do this. Stackable let me do it. So it's a great extension. The other thing with Stackable too, like I said, it comes with about, I don't know, like 30 some odd things you can do. You can turn off the ones you're not using. So if you want to avoid kind of bloat, you literally just go in and be like, all right, I'm using like these 5. And you just like turn off the ones you're not using. So you don't have to see like, oh my gosh, I have too much choice, right? So you can turn off what you're not using. The other thing that I really like about the blocks that they add, when you're in the menu, I'll log in real quick here and show you what it looks like. I'll just grab a random page here. Pages, let's add a page real quick. If I go into my menu here, you can see the stackables are all in purple. So like really quickly you can find them. And you, like I said, if you get into the settings on Stackable, you can turn off anything that you're not using. But like you get so much choice with each one, it just makes my life much, much easier. All right, so next one I want to get into is newsletter, the plugin called The Newsletter. So if you log into it, you get a dashboard, gives you lots of information like how many subscribers you have, how many new subscribers, things like what was the readability of emails, things like that, stuff that you could get in like a MailChimp or a Constant Contact. Lots of different ways of managing subscriptions, etc. One of the features that I really like about it, these are the newsletters that I have most recently sent. I love that I can just clone my most recent newsletter and just use it as a jumping off point for the next one. So just to give you an idea, I'm going to go copy. Yep, do I want to copy? Sure I do. And instantaneously, I have the draft of my next newsletter. I can instantly get in there and edit it. And I get a little collection of blocks here on the side of things that I can add. You can throw in logos, whatever you want to throw in, you can throw in. You can see I had some recent posts going in the last time we sent in a newsletter, different photos, whatever you want to do. And it gives you all kinds of things. You have an HTML block if you need to just pop anything else in there, whatever your outside source, whatever you need to get in there, some sort of iframe. You can do that. Comes with call to action buttons, all kinds of things. Love it. And when you are done with your newsletter, you can save it, come back to it. So you don't have to, it's not like one and done. You can save it, come back. And then you can also schedule it, just like you would like a MailChimp or a Constant Contact. You can schedule it. I mean, you want to schedule it 5 years from now, you could do that. I don't know why you would want to do that, but you can do that. So works really well. And like I said, I'm paying $69 a year for this, and it's effective. I can what? Yes, so you can see what it looks like. Absolutely, yeah. I think I did that the first time I used it, and I was like, oh, good, this works. And then I've never sent a test email after that. But yes, you can send a test email. Yes. I'm using Mailgun is what I'm using to do it, but it supports a variety of products that you can use. I happen to be using Mailgun, but you can do like they also have like a native service that you could use. I just happen to be using Mailgun. It gives you, I think, about half a dozen choices on what you can use. No, I've not gotten spam. Good question. Yeah, no, I've not gotten flagged for any kind of like spam laws or anything like that. That's a great question. Yeah, no problem with running afoul of spam. I mean, you will, no matter what service you are on, hit people that just occasionally aren't really keeping up with things, and they'll hit spam instead of unsubscribe. Like nobody's going to protect you from that. You can't protect yourself from human nature. But as far as just being misidentified as spam, no, I haven't had any kind of issues with that sort of thing. Great question. Steve? There's no limit to the number of subscribers. They're kept here within WordPress. I'm currently up to 3,500, and there is no limit on it. No problem. Okay. Next one up that I just kind of wanted to show you was what I was talking to you about with the duplicate post with Yoast. So if I come down here, we did this one earlier this season, but if you see right here, it's announcing our 2025-2026 season. Obviously, a year from now, it would be announcing 2026-2027. With Yoast duplicate post, I can clone the post, republish, rewrite, what have you, and you can even change your mind thereafter. So if I just hit clone here really quickly, sorry, MacBook helps if I don't right-click, clone. There we go, announcing our new season, draft, edit. I can get in there. It is an absolute clone of what our season announcement looks like. I could change this over for the next year's content. The slug here, I mean, this is like the display title, but my slug is just like our season, and it will replace it for me when I tell it to. Saves me a lot of work and a lot of time. So that is an overview of what these plugins are, how we use them. Thank you for listening to my talk. You can find me pretty much anywhere at New Yorker Laura on all kinds of social media and newyorkerlaura.com at my website, but happy to answer any questions that anybody has. And it's awkward to run the mic around, so I'll just repeat the question once I hear it for the audio. Yes, in the back. Great. If you run my site through Core Web Vitals, I think I have a B+ right now, and that's because I personally have been lazy about sizing my images. So I will take the blame for my Core Web Vitals not being as good as they could be. You can go see my oversized JPEGs. That's what's causing it. Sorry, the question is how was Stackable as far as performance, Core Web Vitals? Absolutely no problems. It's great. It's not adding any kind of bloat to my site. Any kind of bloat to my site is due to me being too lazy to size down my JPEGs when I know better. Anybody else with questions? Yes, right here. Great question. So they give you, I think, about like 12 blocks that, let me just get it right. It's like a text block, and it gives you your classic MCE kind of interface in there. And then you've got an HTML, a call to action button. It'll pull in posts, and you can pull in as many as you want. There's some sorting features there on categories and tags. You get a separator, so you can do that, a header, and like 2 other things. So it's like pretty good for a newsletter. Like you don't want to overload a newsletter. They do give you like an HTML block. So if you've got some kind of weird, edge case kind of thing you want to do, you can do that. And I think they also have a poll feature in there. It's not something we particularly have used, but I believe there's also a poll feature in there. You're welcome. Yes, right in the back there. Oh yeah, all of that. Open rate, bounce rate, the whole 9 yards. I would say for us, our board of directors is typically interested in the open rate and the new subscriber rate. But yes, I could go a lot more granular than that. One feature they just added this too. If you get the paid version, you can add Google Analytics on like when it goes out and everything. So you even get like a Google Analytics reading on each newsletter as well. So that's pretty cool. Yes. It is responsive, and it lets you preview. It's, again, kind of the thing I did it the first time I looked, and I was like, yay, it works. And then like I didn't really look again. But yes, you can look at it on what it would look like mobile, desktop, and I have spot checked it each time when it's gone out, and I've not found any kind of problem with that. Any kind of problem that I've found with it after we've sent is because the human who sent the email did not proofread something. That's been the only problems that I've found. Anybody else with questions? Yes? Oh, that'd be cool. I don't know, but that's a great question. They do have, with their paid models, there are 3 tiers to it. So I'm just paying for like the level 1. I wonder if that's like a level 2 or something feature, but that would be like really cool to investigate. That would be awesome. Yeah. Yes, Adam. Adam wants to know what's the use case for adding Gravity Forms to your newsletter? So maybe your form is now, like if somebody fills out a form, they're maybe like populating into a CRM, or you're attaching them for some other contact or donations or something like that. Maybe, yeah, I could see the use case. Because we're so small, it's not kind of the use case for us. But yeah, I could see where you're going with that. Might make sense. And then pop you over to the newsletter? Yeah. You could, where I think I could make that, like, before I get in there and play big time, where I know I could make that work in Gravity Forms, is Gravity Forms has, for sure, there's like an HTML bar, and I know I could just put in a button. Like, so one of the things with newsletter, aside from living on this site, it also creates a page for you on your site that's called Newsletter Sign Up. Forgot to mention that, where you can customize a bit and everything. So all I would have to do on like my contact form is just add a link to the other page that was like sign up for my newsletter. Or I probably could even automate it. I'd just have to dig in a little bit. But yeah, now you just gave me an idea and work. So yeah, now I know what Sunday looks like. Thanks a lot. But that's okay. That's a great use case. Steve. I am on the free version of Mailgun. Yep. Great question. Yeah. Anybody else with questions? And just to let you know, our average send, we're sending in season, which would loosely be September through June. We're probably sending 2 to 3 emails a month to circa 3,500 people. So that gives you an idea of our number of people and volume of send. Anybody else with questions? All right, well, thanks for listening to me. If you have any other questions, I'll be here for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. This is the last talk of the day. We're ending on a bang. Title of the talk is My Process for Building a Custom WordPress Theme in 2025, presented by Beth Soderberg. In this talk, Beth will review her current FSC process for building a custom theme. Everyone give a warm welcome to Beth Soderberg.
Thank you. All right, so this thing moves, and I'm a little shorter than Caleb, so, okay. All right, so my name is Beth Soderberg. I am the CEO and lead developer at Bethink Studio. This talk is accumulation of all of the learnings I have had building themes over the last 15 years. So I'm gonna go back to the beginning because you can't figure out where you are now without figuring out where you've been. So we're gonna walk through theme process and how people have gotten to where they are. We're gonna talk about current workflows. We're going to see some old friends, and we're going to have some resources for you all. There is no one way to do this. Everybody I have talked to who is building FSA themes is doing it slightly differently. It is still very new and very much something that people are still experimenting with. That said, it has gotten stable enough to actually use, which is my favorite thing in the world. So, okay. Those of you who have met me before know that I love the bleeding edge of technology. So we're going to start with a brief history of WordPress theming, mostly because you can see the direct lines to the logic and how you work with a full site editing theme from the themes that we have built in the past. And I go through this mostly to help those of you who are more familiar with building a theme in, say, 2015, than building this type of theme in 2025 to start to see the connections, because you actually know more than you think you know. Trust me. So this theme, does this look familiar to anybody? This was the original default, even before Kubrick. And it is special looking, but it has all of the components here that you can see eventually become the core parts of our theme structure. So you're starting with the most basic possible theme you can have. Your functions file, your index file, some CSS, and a few other random things. Homage to the blogging roots being the presence of the comments.php file from the very beginning. Okay, so that's where we start. It's a far cry from where we are, but here we go. Then the Kubrick theme's name is actually default. I didn't know this until I tried to find it in the theme repository, and guess what? It's still there under default. And I had to install it and fix some bugs to get it to even render, but I needed a screenshot for you all. So here we go, just in case anyone forgets. When you look at the theme structure here, you can see that we've started to build out some of what will become the content management features of WordPress. We're not quite to templating yet. We're not quite to anything other than a blog, but we're adding conceptually more stuff that will later form the core of extensibility and theming and creating different templates. Okay, so this was the default theme for about 5 years until we hit WordPress 3.0. But before that, we had Genesis, because people were like, I can't work with this. I need something that has more structure so I can extend this to do what I need it to do beyond blogging. And for a lot of folks who started building websites around this time, Genesis was where they started, because it was the best way at the time to get an extensible solution where you could actually build something more meaty than a blog. Then we have 2010, which came out with WordPress 3.0, which was a reminder, the debut release of WordPress as a content management system, creating the ability to have custom post types, the ability to have the taxonomy structures as we know them today. They were there before, but then they became extensible. You could customize all of that. It was a game changer for WordPress. And the 2010 theme looks like this. We've all seen it. It's been around. This is the first theme in this deck that is still available and maintained. So, and you can see that we have started adding templates and the things that will eventually become in much more sanely managed folders. Because originally, most of our themes looked like this. There are long lists of files that should have been partials. But we have the fundamental structure for what themes are going to look like for the next 10 years out of this. Then other people who were unhappy thought, I need a better way to work with these custom fields. Because custom fields were built into WordPress core, it was very difficult to use them as natively constructed. So people started building advanced custom fields into the custom themes they were building with the new templating frameworks. Then, I didn't know this until I was researching this. WP Bakery was actually the first page builder. And it was the first one that actually had what we now call full site editing. And it was published through Envato, which was hugely popular at the time as an alternate place to sell WordPress and other digital things. So, then we had Underscores, which was released early in 2012 and became the basis structurally for the default WordPress themes that came after it. So from 2012 through, I believe, 2019 are all based on Underscores. And then here we have 2012. And you can see there's also an image here. I don't know why my unit test data didn't populate it, but here we are. And again, you're seeing even more content structures. This was around the time that post format experimentation was happening. So you see some of that. I know someone in this room loves post formats. Yeah. And you can start to see how we are building out more options. But then the options get unwieldy because you don't actually need all of these things for every site, right? Okay, Divi was released in 2013 because the pressure to figure out how to do this easier was there and people were innovating. Divi was originally a theme, not a page builder. So it became one, but it was originally released as a theme. Beaver Builder was released in 2014. Elementor was in 2016, which I thought must have been much earlier, but apparently calendar says I'm wrong. I mentioned 2017 because this was the last major default theme before Gutenberg. So it's sort of your full-fledged theme based on this original templating framework. And what happened with it is that what people were doing, the best practice at the time for a truly custom theme was either creating an underscores-based theme, so using the same base that these core WordPress themes were using to build your own base structure, or taking one of these themes or another theme and using a child theme of it. And from there, people were adding custom post types, custom taxonomies, and we're relying heavily on advanced custom fields. And advanced custom fields became a tool that people often were using, and I'm sure many of you have seen these sites, where you would have a repeater with flexible content. And you would have a field for the header, and you'd have a field for the content, and you'd have a field for an image, and you could reorder them. It was rigid. It wasn't easy to see what you should do as a content editor, but it was the beginning of the idea of how do we make the WordPress parts move around using WordPress core itself, not one of these page builders. Okay, so this is what 2017 looks like. And then this is the, thank goodness we finally have a template parts folder version of this content structure. Okay, so 2019, this is our first, we skipped 2018 because focus was on Gutenberg development. 2019 was the first Gutenberg compatible default theme. And it really wasn't trying to do much visually because you really couldn't. But you can see that the theme structure here mimics the old while bringing in some new stuff. So we start to have the style editor, CSS files, our JSON file is there, but we still have all of our old stuff too. So this is where we enter the era of the hybrid Gutenberg theme, a special place that I am glad is ending. Then this theme was really hard to work with. I have to admit, I built a few sites using it as a parent theme. It was released by Automatic as an experiment, and it was the base code structure for the, whichever one this is, the 2021 theme, I think. I should have labeled this better, sorry. And so it kept some of that hybrid stuff and experimented with different ways of doing the math of a theme. So like your variables were using CSS variables, and there was some really weird stuff with layout that I personally didn't like, but that was that. And then we go through, and then this is the 2022 theme. And suddenly, all of our old stuff is gone. And everyone goes, oh my goodness, I don't want a new career, but I have to learn everything all again. At least that's what my internal dialogue said. I don't think I'm the only one. So from here, there was, I think, a problem with getting active documentation out in the wild and active examples as this was being developed. There just weren't that many people that were using it. WordCamps and similar in-person events were still coming back from the pandemic. And I think, I know, I felt very isolated. As somebody who's always been pretty active in the community, I was like, I don't even know who to ask about this. So from here, I went to WordCamp US when it was in San Diego. And there was a workshop there that was not recorded and should have been on how to do this. It was amazing. It was 3 or 4 hours long. There were only maybe 20 people in the room. It was so good. But that helped me a lot. And then here we've got 2023. Okay. So going from that historical framework, thinking about what are we trying to do when we're building a theme? Almost always, I'm building a theme for a client. Occasionally, I build something for myself. Rarely. So what are we trying to do? Portability. This is the main critique you have of site builders. Because when I say portability, I mean I want you to be able to write your heart out and have thousands of blog posts and someday decide that you have whole new branding and you need a new theme, and to just move your content from one site theme to another and not have to worry about it all getting messed up. And so data portability is at the core of keeping everything clean and tidy, which is going to be a theme of this talk. Extensibility. You want to be able to add all the fun stuff on it. When the client asks in 3 years, hey, can we build a mini site just in this part of the site so that our voter guide can look completely different than everything else? You want to be able to say, of course you can. But the goal with any architecture is to not lock yourself in, right? So you want to plan for all the possibilities, but the truth is you don't know what the possibilities are going to be. Accessibility. Baking accessibility best practices in from the jump is the best way to end up with an accessible website at the end. I'm also a big advocate for getting your sites audited and doing remediation rounds and all of that. But if you start with a known accessible base and you keep your color contrast in mind, there are tools to test this. Then the issues that you'll get to at the end when you are being audited are going to be smaller, but they will always be there. I've had my work audited many times, and Joe Dolson, who's a very active person on the accessibility part of the WordPress project, has audited my work, and every once in a while I'm like, Joe, every time you do this, the list gets longer. And he goes, but you get better and I get to get more detailed. Double-edged sword. Okay, you want it to be responsive. These earlier themes were not responsive. The internet of the early 2010-ish was not intended to be mobile responsive. I think we've moved a little bit past mobile first to just being more mobile inclusive. But the idea that starting with a framework that actually does work on multiple screen sizes without having to do anything extra saves a lot of time. Maintainability. This is my advertisement to not use too many plugins. If it is something you know how to write in a function by yourself and you know that you're doing it the correct way, it should go in a custom plugin. If you're adding a big plugin like Jetpack just because you want a Google Translate widget, pick something else. You want to keep the total number of things on your website as small and efficient as possible. Durability. Ideally, your website lasts for a long time. Philosophically, I'm against the idea that a client should plan to rebuild everything completely every 3 to 5 years, mostly because at this point, they don't have to. If your data is structured well, you should be able to change your theme or change your content architecture within the construct of the technical basis you already have. Long term, this saves them money, but it also helps you maintain a relationship with them so that if they need a new feature or, oh, there's this new thing in core, now we can do this that we couldn't do when we built this 5 years ago. That brings you more work, but it's more interesting than rebuilding the same thing over and over. Speed. Everyone wants to be the first pig. And again, the leaner something is, the faster it will be. This is why I mentioned Jetpack as an example of something that I've seen people use for like an infinitesimal amount of what it does. If you're actually using it for everything, fine. But make choices that are going to minimize the total bulk of the site. And overall, this is my take. You're going for elegance. You want someone else to be able to look at this. If you get hit by a bus and all of your sites get inherited by your old WordPress friend, and they look at your stuff and they're like, oh my God, Beth, what were you thinking? That's not good. You want inline documentation. You want to follow best practices. You do not want to invent the wheel. You definitely don't want to code a whole theme from scratch. I've inherited those. It's not good. It's terrible. Okay, so looking at my goals over time as a theme developer, I am completely self-taught. I had an editorial job at a magazine and an administrative job at the corresponding nonprofit. And in the 2008 recession, the IT director said, hey, you, I'm not allowed to hire anybody. I'll teach you everything I know. So by 2010, I was trying to figure out how to build a site. That was my first goal. And then by 2012, I was like, I like this. I kind of want to do this instead of this communications work. It's less stressful to deal with computers than people, though I still deal with both. Then in 2014, I started figuring out my own base theme. And really, the purpose there was a default to work from. By this point, I was working at an agency. And then I kept iterating on that. So by 2019, I kept my base theme, but I iterated it to be Gutenberg compatible. Part of the advantage of doing it this way was that I could update themes that I had built as far back as 2014 without changing the core. Then I started to experiment a little bit more in figuring out a true Gutenberg first method and abandoned my underscores based theme. Now I have come to a place where I am using 2 or 3 themes as my base and using create block theme to make the actual full site editing theme. So I ask you this question: is the goal to write as much custom code as possible? No. Many people have egos that say yes. Or they try to compensate for not knowing something by writing more code. But the answer is no, and I'm glad that you knew that. So I outlined a little bit of this. I started with Genesis themes, and then I moved to 2012 child themes. Then I was using my underscores-based theme, and I was experimenting with hybrid themes. And the reason I struggle with hybrid themes is that they were never meant to be sustainable. There had to be a bridge from the old way to the new way, and this was it. And so you would build something you needed was missing, you couldn't do that the new way, but you could do this the new way. And it was just a, like an awkward growth phase where your legs are too long, but your arms are too short. Then once 2022 came out, that particular default theme, there started to be more of a better workflow to actually build full site editing child themes. And that was because of the Create Block Theme plugin. So I've been doing that for a few years, and now I'm using a few different parent themes. But Create Block Theme is your friend. And it's your friend mostly because you could do all of this yourself. You could read the documentation, you could write JSON forever, but the thing that's shifted with full site editing and traditional theming is that some of your theme structure is now in code that is modifiable in the database until you take it out of it. And what this does is take all of those modifications you've made and pull it out for you so that you don't have to sit there and think through how to structure your syntax for all the colors. So once you install it, you can get to it under Appearance, Create Block Theme. If you don't have a theme that is Gutenberg compatible installed, this won't show up. And then to get to the full site editor, it's under Appearance, Editor. And this screenshot is showing Blockbase, which is a theme that I mostly like, but has horizontal padding issues on the home page for anybody who is interested. Okay, so then we're actually building a theme. What do? You want to set your defaults through the site editor. And this is the part where it feels wrong because you think you should be writing in some text file somewhere. But instead, you need to take your design file and do some math and figure out what is the multiplicative factor that should be the spacing between all my blocks. I usually make the vertical block spacing the same as my spacing between paragraphs, because then everything else can be relative to that. I also change everything to rems, because sanity. And then this is your content width. This is your main body. But this wide width, when you see you want to make the block a wide width, this is that. You can also set this up in your JSON file, but again, why? And then in here, Blockbase installs a million default fonts. I disable them every time because I can't handle looking at them. But they're there. There's a workflow to get Google Fonts in here through the admin. If you're using something from Adobe or somewhere else, an independent type foundry, you're going to have to follow their documentation. But then you can set defaults for your text, your links, your headings, your captions, and your buttons. And you can also set those font size presets. So on the side of the editor where you've got small, medium, large, whatever, you can set these. What I try to do is get these to match my headers so that internally you have typographic consistency no matter what someone picks, because no one is going to pick something based on whether it's an H2 or an H3, and you want to try to teach people to actually use proper syntax. I don't know. Seems ideal. Okay, then you get to go through your color palette. You've got, again, the different options for standard things. You can set custom gradients. This is one of those things that, like, you got to get your naming conventions right. Different clients, different projects will need different names. So in a lot of the base themes, you'll see primary, secondary, tertiary. I have clients where it's like they've got 15 different kinds of blue. And sometimes you just have to go blue 1, blue 2, blue 3, because otherwise you can't get them all in there, right? So make a judgment call, but make it make sense and make it so that it is logical to whomever is actually looking at it. You want your content people to be able to hover over it, see the name of the color, and be able to look at their documentation and know which one it is. I have never used the background, but you can. Same with shadows. Individual blocks. You should go in, and particularly when you're working off of a design, you should go in and make your defaults for all blocks match the design. You can disable blocks. You probably shouldn't. All I've ever seen that do is confuse end users. Also, avoid adding plugins that add like a majillion blocks because you only need one. You're going to end up with like Frankenstein content because someone who is not sure what they're doing is going to just pick what they see. And maybe what they see isn't what you've styled. So you need to go into each one of these and make sure, most of them are fine by default, but the button in particular, every single site, I go into the button and fix it. Then you need to determine your content structure. You've got defaults. These are the ones that come with WordPress core. Posts, pages, categories, tags. You need to think about custom post types, custom taxonomies, and custom fields. What things actually make sense? I'm a big advocate of this. I still don't think WordPress natively does it super well, but Drupal does. So watch a talk about custom structures in Drupal and port the same ideas to WordPress, and magically, your content editor will be much better equipped to find the content that they're trying to edit and put the new content in the right place. All right. Anything that you're doing like that should be in code, and it should be in a custom must-use plugin so that people can't disable their content types. Then you should set up your content patterns. So this is where, if you're working from a design, you should look at it and be like, okay, we have rows that happen over and over with this same set of blocks. And from there, you can set them up a few different ways. So the first way is an unsynced pattern. So this is, I want this to be the default. Someone can pick it and put it on a page, but then they can change whatever they want, including things like padding, spacing, all that. Then we have synced patterns. This is, I want these to be the same everywhere. These are good for things like advertisements, like someone has a blog and on every post about a certain thing, they have an advertisement for an action that someone can do related to that thing. And every time they update that, if you're using this synced pattern, it will update it throughout the site. And then my new favorite, partially synced patterns. So this is where you create a pattern, you have to tell it it's synced, but after you save it, you can enable overrides, but only on some blocks. You can do it with headlines, you can do it with images, you can do it with text. You cannot do it with like a video embed. So sometimes I've made partially synced blocks where I have like the left column is partially synced and the right column just has a video. But the key here is that you can keep your padding, your background colors, all of that styling out of the hands of your content editor, thus promoting unity and happiness throughout your site. Only once all these structures are in place should you be migrating your content. Because if you haven't done these things, there's no place for it to go. Similarly, while you're migrating the content is actually the best time to set up your template variations because you have to do it anyway, and you may as well do it while you know what content you have and need to do something with. When you're adding a template, again, you're still in the editor. And you look at this and you're like, oh no, what do I choose? Hello, old friend, this is the same. It's exactly the same structure. The labels are the same. It's all the same. Then you set up the header and footer. And you're like, well, Beth, what if I want a different header on my homepage than on every other page of the site? Well, guess what? You can make as many as you want, just like you could make as many header.php files as you wanted and pull them in as includes to your other templates. So there are default theme headers that come with block base, which is what you see in the background. But you add it, and then here you go. And suddenly you're like, oh, cool, I have all this stuff that I stole from the default, and I don't want a lot of it, but it's here. I can remove it. I can use this lovely map list view of everything that's on here to tell me what I have and move it all around. And then I can deal with navigation, which is the most confusing and horrible part of full site editing. So you add a navigation block and you're like, but that's not the menu I want. Why? It's because it's storing multiple menus, and sometimes the interface to pick which one you want is not obvious. So you've got the red arrow, you've got standard alignment, you've got what kind of hamburger do I want, why the default is 2, I have no idea. And down here at the very bottom, the purple, is manage menus. And then you get to a nice, sane list of all your menus. And I like editing them here because I can find them. Maybe that'll change someday. But then, once you're done with all of that, then you go and you create the block theme. So you go, you press the export. I'm usually creating a child. You export it. And voila, you have your theme. Look at it, remove unwanted defaults, take out all the extra gradients. Please. Add anything additional. There's all sorts of configurations that you can modify in your theme.json. I've got links to documentation at the end, but look through. There's going to be things that you want to add consistently. Set up custom block styles. I don't think these are as necessary as they once were because of patterns. However, block styles can be useful. You should disable anything you're not using, and you should add things that make it easier for your end user. This screenshot is the one thing I add to almost every site. I add a block style for the heading block that allows people to pick the style of the other headers, because people will always tell you, well, I want it to look like an H3. And I don't really care what an H3 looks like. I just want them to be able to pick the right one. And then what I do is I sync the code for this up with the same code that I showed you earlier that's generated for your small, medium, etc., so that you have consistency throughout. Then you actually want to be able to write some code, so you can add some tooling. This is a screenshot of our default workflow, and we've got Composer and Node that we're using to manage our packages and compile all of our CSS so that it goes both to the back-end editor view and the front-end site without you writing it twice. Also, the customizer, if you write CSS in the customizer, you're going to end up with CSS in your database, and it does not apply to the back-end editing experience. If you go to the additional CSS view in the full site editor, it does apply to the back-end view of things. So if you have to do something hacky real quick, just heads up. And then write any of your CSS and JavaScript and whatever, and this is the same as theme building always was, okay? You just have to do a lot less of it. Then you want to build any custom blocks for custom functionality, because part of what you should be doing is considering the proper and most efficient way for a content editor to deal with the content in question. It's not going to be the same for every site. This is an example of a little plugin that we made that extends functionality in Restrict Content Pro to add a little bit more Gutenberg functionality to it. And what we have decided to do, this is the first one, but as we build these little plugins for clients, we're going to open source them. So this is our debut. Then use the block bindings API to output your custom fields where it is appropriate in your templates. This is the biggest thing that I have seen as a barrier for people. Some of that is because the custom binding API wasn't useful until about a year ago, which was annoying. So there's all sorts of hacky ways to do this. There is now actually a proper way to pull your custom fields into your theme template in a full site editing theme. Integrate any additional custom functionality. Standard blocks do a lot, but they don't do everything. You do not want to use, say, a taxonomy instead of a filter that actually filters when you have a complex filter need. And then you should test your work. Duh. This is just a sample of a theme that I worked on recently of what the theme ends up looking like with following this process when you're done. And so you still have a templates folder. It's just your HTML files for your full site editing theme. Same with the patterns and the parts. At the top, the assets folder includes images and some other stuff. The facets folder is because this particular theme was using Facet WP. So there's some more traditional templating in there to deal with that. and then everything just compiles nicely, and you've got it all nice and clean and tidy so that when someone else looks at it later, they're like, oh, I know where to go to fix this. So this is the very last thing. I know I'm running out of time, but humor me. You have to put all your things somewhere. If you build something really good, but you don't have bookshelves in your house and you put your things everywhere, then you end up in a situation where you can't find your things. And that's bad. So we have our database, our files, and our code. The database of record, once a website is launched, should be the production site. Unless there is a major security vulnerability or some other really good reason, you shouldn't touch it. It should be pulled from, not pushed to. Files are things that you should also not touch. You shouldn't be hacking core. You shouldn't be hacking plugins. The code that you should be touching is the code that you have written. Your theme, your custom plugins. That's it. You need a few environments. You should be working locally, pushing up to a development site that is a place to experiment and really sandbox everything. When something's ready to go, you deploy it to staging for testing, and then you deploy it to production. Staging shouldn't be a sandbox for people to play around. Keys to theming sanity. Git. It's great even when you're working by yourself. It's even better when you're working with a team. You need a web host. I have no comment on that. You need a local environment. I use local. And you really need to keep your code only in the theme. I mentioned the difference between the advanced CSS editor and the customizer CSS. If you're in a pinch and you got to fix something and you need to cowboy code just a little bit, fine. But move it into your theme later. Keep everything where it's supposed to be long term. This is really small, but I tweeted out a link to my slides, but on Blue Sky earlier, so you can see this, but this is our internal documentation for how we deploy. And we basically have GitHub Actions set up to auto-deploy our code for us so that we're not SFTPing files, so that when we do accidentally override each other, we see that we have a merge conflict, all of that fun stuff. And then I have the correlate refresh workflow. So again, keeping your database of record clean unless of case of emergency, and how all of those parts should be moving around. And all of the pink text is just like the most boring stuff in the world, but it's useful for documentation to be that way sometimes. All right, so that is it. The moral of the story here is pay attention to what you're doing, how your team works. Again, there's no one right process. People are still innovating in this space. So pay attention to what's working for you, especially with things that are known to be the trickiest parts, like navigation, or I made a new change through the full site editor. What is our process for getting that into our theme, right? So pay attention. Don't forget to actually also have workflows for custom functionality. I mentioned Facet WP earlier. My team has a standard way of working with Facet WP. Is it the same as this? No, because it's not block-based. But you need workflows for each piece if you're going to standardize across a team. Keep documentation inline and also internally. There's inline documentation in our themes, but we also have an internal wiki where we write everything down. And pro tip for documentation, as someone who is on Slack all day, every day, and has random ideas at random times, you can search by emoji in Slack. So if someone has a good idea for documentation, it should get a light bulb reaction. And then if you search for the light bulb, you can find them all. You can also now take anything that is reacted to with a particular emoji and create a to-do list out of it. My favorite thing. That just happened like a month ago, life-changing. Write code only when you need to. It's not about you and your ego. If you don't know the answer, Google it, and if you still don't know, ask a friend. Open source what you can. I think this is becoming more important as the environment we are working in is changing. And that is all I'm going to say about it. Overall, keep it simple. Don't over-engineer. Elegance is hard. It is hard to make something that is balanced and clean and simple. But the things that end up creating problems later are always the things where you were like, I don't know how to do this. I guess I'll do the weird thing. So keep that in mind. And with that, I want to say thank you. And if you do want, these are my favorite resources as somebody who has been building themes for a long time, but also continues to learn all the time. These are my favorite full site editing things to read and consume. The full site editing, I didn't know what to call it. It's a website by Carolina Nymark. I might have said that wrong, I'm sorry. She has worked on many of the default themes and is absolutely brilliant. So this whole website is basically her documentation. And then you've got your WordPress.org stuff and whatever. But then there's also a really great book. I am very partial to books. I know I work on computers all day, but you can get this as an ebook. I ordered the print version because I'm old school. But it's very, very good. And Tammy has also done a lot of work on all of the default themes. Not all of them, most of them, a lot of them. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. If you want my slides and you're not on Blue Sky, you can ask me for them, and I'll send you a link. I just can't handle the alternatives anymore. Personal, yeah. So block bindings isn't going to work because you always have to do a custom API call to get them. But the reason I've been going back to child themes after so many years of using a base theme is because of the inherited benefits. So if there's a new block, that has slowed down, thank goodness. But if there is a new block, you're going to get at least default styling, not just from core, but also from the theme if you're using a child theme. You will get default styling from core, but it might not be remotely related to your actual theme. So that's part of why I've been child theming a lot. It felt at first like a step back, and then I had to get over myself and realize that that was the responsible way forward. Yes. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the question is about working with an existing theme and deregistering a block style programmatically, right? A style variation. Well, that code sample is not in here, but I can add it later. You basically, again, part of child theming is actively taking away the things that you don't want from the parent. You should be doing that. So the style of variations, it's also true with the block styles themselves, which was the first thing I said. Montclair really wants me to connect to their internet. But the documentation for how to do all of that is in those resources at the end. And you don't think it is? She may not. There's also, so I'm a cobbler with no shoes. I worked as a freelancer for many years. I worked with a team for many years under my name before we named ourselves. And we are going to be putting out a blog soon. We have, the first thing we're publishing is a really in-depth block binding tutorial because we couldn't find one that we liked. So some of what I'm doing, at least, is trying to open source what my team has learned because it's not out there. And we'll piece together how to do it from a few different sources. Block bindings API is definitely the one that we were like, we have to rewrite this. No one should have to do it this way ever again. But I'll keep that in mind for what, we've got a giant list of things we want to write, and we're slow. But someday, follow me on Blue Sky. I'll share when it actually happens. All right. I think one last anything? Because I know we've got closing remarks in about 10 minutes. Cool. Well, I want to thank you all. It was great to be here. A special thanks to Mike for encouraging me to actually speak again. I had spoken a lot before I had most of my children, and before the pandemic, and before many life-changing things for all of us. And so this is the first time I've spoken since 2019, and it feels nice, and I'm really happy to be here, and it's really nice to be at a local WordCamp again and have this environment with everybody. So I just want to thank everybody for being here and for y'all for putting it together. It's very heartening to see that this is still a place that can be. So thank you so much.
First of all, my co-lead, Mike, where is he even in here? Oh, right there. So without him and I couldn't have put this together. I also wanted to thank our organizers. So if you are in a red shirt, please stand so everyone can say thank you. Again, without them. I also wanted to thank all of you and all of our sponsors for coming. Obviously, with you guys not coming, we wouldn't have been able to have this great event. So this was probably one of our best at Montclair. So it was really, really awesome. And thank you all for coming. And so a couple quick housekeeping things. If you did not get a parking voucher and you parked in the garage, please see Cam because he will have the voucher for you. And the after party is at Just Jake's, which is at 30 Park Ave, or is it Park Place? Park Ave, right? Avenue. So it's 30 Park Ave in Montclair. If you are coming, make sure you have your badge or your name tag, whatever you want to call it. And we'll be in the back because obviously we'll know it's you. And it's from 7 to 9. And with that, Montclair WordCamp 2025 is a wrap.